Good morning, everyone. It's July 18th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning under preliminary matters is adoption of resolutions. We have one, Democracy Center Sketch Plan number 320240050, MCPB number 24-054. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the sketch plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next item is approval of minutes. We have two this morning, minutes of June 13th, 2024, and minutes of June 20th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes. Unmute myself. Move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. Our next item is regulatory extension request. There we have one this morning, Darnestown Meadows Administrative Subdivision 620240110, regulatory review extension request number 1. Do I have a motion for approval?
And move to approve the extension.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Our next item is our roundtable discussion. We're Acting Deputy Director Bridget Breuer.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. There is one other item for preliminary matters. There is a corrected resolution for Wildwood Manor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that one. Yep. So sorry, I missed that one. There's adopted corrected resolution for Wildwood Manor 8200416E. MCPB number 24-042. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve. Move to.
Move to.
These things are kind of sticky right now.
There is issue with the microphone. It doesn't stay on.
Well, Commissioner Linden moved to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. And now
Aye.
we have a wrap session here this morning. But we start with our roundtable discussion. We're Acting Director Bridget Breuer is presenting this morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you, members of the Planning Board. Good morning. My name is Bridget Breuer, Acting Deputy Director for the Planning Department. Have just a couple highlights for you from the department, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Up County team to talk about the Damascus Placemaking Festival. They have some exciting updates to share with you. First, on behalf of the department, I just wanted to congratulate Chair Harris on his term as chair of the full commission. It was announced yesterday at the full commission meeting. This rotation happens every year. Chair Shapiro of the Prince George's Board was in that role for a bit, and we're looking forward to continued collaboration across the region, across the Bi-County Commission. Next, we are looking forward to the speaker series event tonight hosted by the Planning Board. It should be a great event with some excellent speakers. You have at your desk area there a handout. It's called Attainable Housing Strategies, What We're Hearing. We'll have this as a hard copy handout tonight for anybody who's here in person, and it's also on our website. We really appreciate the board's support during this time as we've been talking about the board's decision on attainable housing and answering any questions from the community. We've been at a series of community meetings, and we appreciate the board's support on all of that. I would like to introduce a couple new personnel updates and a couple promotions. On the screen, you'll see Katie Mancarini. She has been promoted and accepted as a planner 4 position with the Up County Division. She has nearly 20 years of planning experience across multiple jobs and jurisdictions and has spent the past 8 years with the Down County Division. She obtained a bachelor's degree in historic preservation from the University of Mary Washington and a master's degree in urban and community planning from the University of Maryland. And we're so excited to have her in this role. And if you want to say anything, yeah, she's here, right here. So congrats, Katie. We'd also like to recognize Jake Eatman from ITI. He was promoted to systems engineer. He's been with the ITI division as a career employee since 2020 and has taken on progressively more responsible roles after joining us as our first tech team intern. He's currently living in Damascus, and he enjoys staying up to date on technology news and spending time with friends. And we are just thrilled that he has been promoted into this role. So congrats, Jake. And then we'd like to welcome to to the Commissioner's Office intern, Kaden Austin-Vyas. She's going to be focusing on the development and organization of internal policies and procedures and provide support for research projects, legislative initiatives, and planning board meetings. She's pursuing a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and public policy and a master of public administration. So with that, those are our updates. And I'd like to turn it over to the Up County team and Chief of Up County, Patrick Butler. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you. We have a presentation for the Damascus Placemaking Festival, but first I just want to say a couple of words that this is actually Up County's third placemaking event. A few years ago, we did the Burtonsville placemaking event at the Burtonsville Shopping Center. After that, property was designated as a priority funding area. There have been several collaborative efforts with county government, and us and state legislatures along the way to secure funding and working with that property owner. Recently, you approved some site plan for that property and some amendments to allow them to move forward with a significant redevelopment of that shopping center. It's anticipated here in the next year or so that an affordable housing project on the county-owned property in the rear with the BRT station will come to fruition. And so again, just wanted to highlight how placemaking can help. It's one slice of the overall pie, but it can make a significant difference in terms of a redevelopment of different areas and showcasing what could be, what could come to fruition in different areas in the county. And so last year, or year before, we did the Farrell and Briggs Cheney placemaking event, again at the East County Regional Services Center and the Recreation Department and a senior residential project again at a BRT station in a parking lot. It's again anticipated that an affordable housing project will come forward from the county. So we really did something new in that event where it's the first time we as a department did a placemaking event during a master plan update, and it was a way to, one, engage with the community, very easy entry for the community to come enjoy the space, get to know what we were doing on the plan, hear their thoughts about the plan in the area, and then two, also help DGS envision what type of programming could go into a much smaller open space through that redevelopment, but really want to think about a multi-generational play space in that what will become a complete community, because again, you'll have that regional services center, you'll have the recreation center, you'll have the senior housing, and then the affordable housing project all at the BRT station. So if there's a microcosm of Thrive, that is it. And so with that, I'm going to transition to Damascus, again doing something new we haven't done yet in a Main Street style placemaking event. But I'm going to pause there, not steal any thunder from the team, turn it over to Audrey and Don to walk us through an update for you.
Thank you. Is this on? We're good? Okay. How's that sound? Okay. Well, thank you all. I'm really excited to be here this morning to share some exciting updates about the Damascus Placemaking Festival. I'm first going to give a quick overview of the project and then get into a summary of what we've heard so far from our public engagement. And so the project really is a collaborative, short-term planning effort to reimagine and bring energy to Main Street in Damascus this fall and beyond through public space activation. The project will culminate in a 2-day festival that will include local food, music, arts, and engagement activities, and a welcoming place for the community to gather on Main Street. We are excited to officially announce that the festival will be held on Saturday, October 19th and Sunday, October 20th. And throughout this process, we're working with a number of county agencies and other partners to help us coordinate all of the moving pieces that go into putting on a festival of this size. We also have a consultant team from Design Collective and Grand Projects, both of which are based in Baltimore. As shown on the screen, we will host the festival on the block of Main Street between Woodfield Road and Ridge Road. This block has the good bones of what makes a traditional Main Street. There are a few cherished local businesses as highlighted in the photos, and then also this very cool historic theater property that has sat vacant for many years. And The community has been vocal for a long time now about how they're eager to see revitalization in their Main Street core and downtown. This aligns with the 2006 master plan that really does include a vision and recommendations for a mixed-use, walkable, human-scale town center that's easily identifiable as the heart of the community. And this project was actually planned to kick off following Burtonsville in March of 2020. And so, COVID interrupted those plans, but we're really excited 4 years later to finally be bringing this long-awaited project to reality. And the goal of the project is to re-envision a portion of Main Street through a community-led placemaking festival that will explore temporary or semi-permanent improvements that enhance the streetscape for pedestrians and strengthen local businesses, create a sense of place that reflects the identity of the community, highlight the vision and recommendations of the master plan for a walkable town center at the heart of the community, and demonstrate the potential for longer-term lasting improvements in programming. And then another desired outcome is to really build capacity among the community members to continue placemaking into the future. And so I know you all saw the really excellent video that the communications team put together, but we kicked off the project with the community on Monday, July 3rd. That was, Monday, June 3rd, thank you. At Damascus High School, we had almost 100 community members in attendance. And as you can see in the photos, it was a really engaging and interactive meeting. Upon entering the room, we had boards set up to ask folks to think about, what do they love about Damascus and what do they envision for the future of Main Street. Our consultants organized an interactive table activity, so we had 18 small groups throughout the room, each with a facilitator and note taker to capture the discussion and lead the discussion going on at each table. We gave them a large printout of the festival area along Main Street and these building supplies and asked them to really build and model their dream Main Street. So that included clay or Play-Doh, blocks, pipe cleaners, markers, stickers, just a lot of really fun, hands-on materials to really actually build what they wanted to see. And then after the activity, each group reported out their ideas. Some groups had really big ideas about a road diet and really shrinking the size of the street, adding a mid-block crossing, and increasing green space along Main Street. Others modeled elements like food trucks and string lights and water features and seating that come up a lot in these really good main streets that people know and love in Maryland. And so these next two slides are word clouds that summarize what came up the most during the meeting. And so what we've learned throughout this process is that Damascus is a unique and special place in Montgomery County. It has a rural, small-town charm, and the community is really proud of that. And so the underlying goal of this project is to really demonstrate how Main Street can actually better reflect that hometown pride and small-town character. This next word cloud highlights what we heard from the community about their vision for the future of Main Street. What came up the most was a lot of those standard amenities that make a more vibrant streetscape, but as you can see in the word cloud, the Druid Theater, which is that historic property, really came out consistently throughout the kickoff. I think almost every group brought it up. We also launched a survey that was open for 4 weeks in June. We received 279 survey responses. 88% of the respondents indicated that they live within 5 miles of Main Street, and then 69% indicated that they visit the area daily, whether that's to frequent the senior center and library, the nearby shopping center and local businesses, or some people just said that they're just passing through going somewhere else. Respondents indicated, again, that they wanted more of a variety of amenities on Main Street, similar to what we heard at the kickoff. And this was really just a snapshot of what we learned from the kickoff and the survey. And in the coming weeks, we'll put out a report that goes into more detail. But I want to wrap up with a summary of the key takeaways. The community is eager for change along Main Street. We consistently heard concerns about vehicle speeds through the Main Street area and the number of auto-oriented businesses such as gas stations and auto parts stores. We heard a desire to reduce speeds and create better connectivity so that people can actually walk to Main Street. We heard a desire for more green space, spaces for kids and teens, arts and music, and again, with particular interest in seeing the Druid Theater refurbished or repurposed. There are many vacant storefronts on Main Street, and the community would like to see them filled with a variety of retail and dining options, so bookstores, cafes, coffee shops. And so now where we are in the process is taking all of this feedback and coming up with a plan to actually bring that vision to life for Main Street. And so the consultants are right now working on concept designs for this temporary redesign of the street block that we're working with, based on all of that feedback, again, that we've heard. And then we'll also work to organize vendors and activities to fill the space with food and music, arts and entertainment. And then we'll work with volunteers in the community to actually build these components leading up to the festival. And lastly, just to wrap it up, I said this earlier, but we're really excited to officially announce the date for the festival, which will be Saturday, October 19th and Sunday, October 20th. Mark your calendars. We hope to see you there. And I'll now take any questions you might have.
This is great. Thank you, Acting Deputy Director Breyer and the Up County team. I can't wait for the unveiling on October 19th and 20th. I was at the event on June 3rd, and there's all the energy of the residents into it, dreaming about what they want to see in their community. So thank you for working with them and doing this. And yeah, that's really, really lovely. Any other comments?
I like the comment you made with regards to how the residents and citizens of Damascus are proud of their small town charm, and how they take pride in it. And I hope that the planning with regards to their community doesn't lose sight of that and doesn't take that away from them.
Just end by saying, welcome Caton, Austin Bias, and congratulations to Katie Macarini and Jake Eaton on their promotion. So thank you very much. And we'll take a 1-minute break and then go into our next item number 504 East Randolph Road, McDonald's SB 5 Site Plan Amendment number 8200201. Public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions and adoption of resolution. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 504 East Randolph Road, McDonald's SBS Site Plan Amendment number 82002017A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and adoption of the resolution. Well, good morning. We have Troy Leftwich presenting this from the Planning Department. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Good morning. Again, this is Troy Leftwich for the record, presenting 504 East Randolph Road, McDonald's SBS, Site Plan Amendment 82002017A. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, as shown in the staff report. The property is located on the eastern side of the county, at the corner of New Hampshire Avenue and East Randolph Road. It's roughly 75 feet from the intersection. It's zoned NR .75 with a height of 45 feet, but it's being reviewed under the old code C1. It's located within the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area. The subject property is roughly 1.2 acres. It currently exists as a McDonald's, a little bit over 3,000 square feet. 3,000 square feet, and currently has one drive-through within that facility. It also has 3 access points off of East Randolph Road, and then 1 access point off of New Hampshire. The property does have a good amount of slope from the northern western side of the property. As you make your way to the southeast side of the property, it's a roughly 8 feet grade change within that area. These images kind of show you the existing conditions. As I mentioned before, there's a good amount of slope on the grade change on the site. Image 1 shows you the street view of East Avenue and the retaining wall that sits abut to the existing sidewalk. View 2 shows you the existing 1 drive-through lane of the existing McDonald's restaurant. And then image 3 shows you the rear fence and driveway aisle looking towards New Hampshire Avenue. The proposal itself is to just no improvements to the actual building, but just is all exterior improvements for the most part for the property. The major reason for the amendment is to expand the existing drive-through to a second drive-through lane, rebuild a retaining wall due to the realignment of the second drive-through lane. The rear access drive will be realigned. The middle curve on East Randolph Road will be, or access middle curve will be removed, allowing for only 2 access points off of East Randolph Road. We'll create new landscaping outlets within the existing surface parking lot. It will also maintain the existing fence along the rear of the property and ultimately bring the site plan up into alignment with the existing conditions today, along with the improvements just as mentioned within the proposal. As conditions, the application is consistent with Chapter 59, 22A. The master plan meets the findings as detailed within the staff report. The applicant has complied with all submittal and noticing requirements. There was no pre-submittal public meeting required for this type of application, and then we have not received any correspondence since the posting of the report. One red line change, the date for the stormwater management approval just needs to reflect 2024 rather than 2023. And at this time, staff is recommending approval with conditions for 504 East Randolph Road, McDonald's SBS Site Plan Amendment number 82002017A with red line changes as presented.
Great, thank you for presentation. I have no questions or comments. Based on your presentation, they met all the findings. And but any other board members or questions or comments?
So on Tuesday, my daughter and I stopped there for a Kit Kat banana split McFlurry. And we've been going there for the past 10 years because my daughter swims at Martin Luther King Park, and we go to Martin Luther King Park. And on the way home as a treat, we stop at this McDonald's, so I'm very familiar with it. And the turning radius and the drive-through has always been a difficult thing. So I'm happy with this improvement. The one question I do have is the access from New Hampshire Avenue. I didn't realize McDonald's owns that. Is there going to be any improvements for the right turning lane to get into McDonald's from New Hampshire, or is this just for the property parking lot area?
Good morning, Heather Delpolsky, Land Use and Zoning Attorney for the applicant. Yeah, there are no changes proposed at that entrance at this time.
Okay. And no other proposals for the entrances at the lot?
No, other than closing that middle access point on East Randolph Road.
Just for my own frame of reference, it's hard to get in there, but yeah, I'm happy for this improvement, and I'm excited to see it happen, and I had a chance to share it with my family.
Okay.
And I went to the public website and looked at it, and they were excited to see it.
Okay,
That's
thank
cool.
Hopefully the mic stays on. We've been having some mic problems this morning. I just a quick question. I was just curious, the reason for the expansion to 2 lanes. Does the McDonald's frequently back up with a long line with a single lane?
Yeah, and I can speak generally, and I will mention, we have with us David Wiener-Light with Kimley Horn. He's one of our civil engineers and the traffic consultants, and we also have a representative of the developer on the meeting with us, Asa Mayo. I guess just speaking generally, my understanding is that McDonald's is sort of undertaking this dual lane, side-by-side expansion sort of across all of their stores. So I don't think, I mean, obviously here this is site-specific, but it's an effort that they've been undertaking over the past few years, just I think really more for sort of efficiency and flow of the site.
Okay.
Yeah, and to expand upon that, they've kind of discovered after COVID-19 that about 70% of their business is through the drive-through as opposed to parked. So expanding the drive-through to 2 lanes kind of gives them a little bit more capacity to add additional stacking while also making their kitchen a little more efficient. So it just helps with circulation and moving customers in and out pretty quickly.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And just I added that, I was at McDonald, not in this McDonald, another McDonald closer to my house. Although this McDonald I'm very familiar was close to my previous house. And the McDonald has changed, and I was very surprised. When you go there, all the orders are with kiosk, like any other fast food restaurants. And it's hardly people sitting there. And I miss that because I took my granddaughter one time to get some ice cream. And I said that, well, I can't really sit here. Nobody's here. And nobody was serving. It's the whole thing has changed. Most of the fast food restaurants are like this now. It's kiosk. And there are some that catering more for people to sit inside, but I think McDonald's is changing the way they're doing it, and they're not catering more to people sitting there.
Yeah, so if there are no other comments or questions, one last thing, I'm glad that they're closing this entrance. Less curb cuts are better for less interference. It's better for safety. So if no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of the 504 East Randolph Road McDonald's SBS site plan number, amendment number 82002-017A with the change, with the red line changes, which was just about a date, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay,
Just a year.
great. And adoption of the resolution.
I move to approve the recommendation for the 504 Randolph Road McDonald site plan amendment.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll just take also a 1-minute break and start with our next item, item number 6, Silver Spring Healthcare Center, preliminary plan amendment number 12016-011B, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and adoption of the resolution. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Silver Spring Healthcare Center Preliminary Plan Amendment number 12016-011B, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and adoption of the resolution. We have from planning this morning Emily Tettelbaum to take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and good morning, Planning Board. I'm here to present the Silver Spring Healthcare Center Preliminary Plan Amendment number 1/2016-011B. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of this preliminary plan amendment, and the purpose of this amendment really is just to align the approved special exception modifications that have already been approved by the Board of Appeals with the preliminary plan, primarily to update one of the conditions of approval. So here's the site. You can see it on this red star right here in Aspen Hill and outlined in red right here. It's on the west side of New Hampshire Avenue. There are several places of religious assembly and institutional uses along the stretch of New Hampshire Avenue just south of the Inner County Connector. There is a religious assembly use located directly south of the property, and detached houses surround the other sides of the property. So the property itself is just under 6 acres in size. It is zoned R200, which is a single-family primarily zone. The property is currently developed with an assisted living and memory care facility that is approximately 99,500 gross square feet in size, and an associated surface parking lot to the side and rear of the building. Access to the property is provided via a right-in, right-out driveway here, and there are forest conservation easements located behind the building on the west side of the property. And this was approved originally by special exception in the zoning code that was in effect on prior to October 30th, 2014. And in that zoning code, this use was called a domiciliary care facility. So here's a summary of the project history. The facility was initially approved by special exception number S2881 for up to 113 units with 136 beds and up to 24 employees allowed on site. And then there are 2 subsequent modifications to both increase the number of beds allowed and the number of employees allowed on site at any one time. The modifications now allow up to 144 beds on site and up to 45 employees allowed on site at any one time. And the most recent increase in employees was to allow the facility to provide a skilled nursing level of care. So the planning board approved a lot to allow construction of this senior housing facility in 2016 for 113 units with 136 beds, and then there was an amendment later that year to address one condition related to the timing of construction of a shared use path that now exists in front of the facility. So here is a list of the modifications. The most important one to note here is that, and really the reason why this application is before you today, is to modify the first condition of approval for the preliminary plan to reflect the already approved increase from 136 beds to 144 beds. That's condition number 1 of the preliminary plan. The other 3 changes are pretty minor in detail. Just updating the location of the bike racks and the detail of the bike racks themselves, updating the resolution sheet, and updating the data table so it is consistent with the special exception approvals. Notice was properly sent and signage posted as required. There was no pre-application meeting required for this. I did receive 2 inquiries, one by email and one phone call, asking primarily about the contents of the application, just a little confusion about what was happening here, because nothing is actually happening to the interior of the site. There are some modifications to the interior of the building to allow space for skilled nursing, but there's really no changes to the exterior of the building. And a little confusion about the noticing for this application versus the Board of Appeals special exception modifications. But no objections to this application. So with that, this amendment satisfies all the requirements and findings of Chapter 50, and staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment and adoption of the resolution. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Just a couple questions. One, so the special exception had already recommended to go from whatever, 136 beds to 144 beds. This is just sort of codifying it in the preliminary plan. Is that
correct?
And then, but the thing that is different here is that they want to go from like 35 to 45 employees. That was never
That was
contemplated.
actually approved as well.
Okay, so all of this is just codifying it in the preliminary.
Exactly. We're just bringing the preliminary plan in line with the special exception approvals. That's really all that we're doing here.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no
Yeah,
more
so,
questions.
thank you, Commissioner Harris, for asking those questions. And I just, for clarification, for the public's knowledge, is there's no new structures, correct?
Correct.
No new parking lot,
Correct.
no new grading, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? If no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of amending the preliminary plan number 1201611B and approving with conditions as set forth in staff's plan and adoption of the resolution?
I move to approve the amendment to the preliminary plan and the adoption of the resolution with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. And we'll take another 1-minute break and start with our next item. Item number 7, Old Anglers Cove, preliminary plan number 12017-029A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Old Anglers Cove, preliminary plan number 12017-029A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Mariah Claiborne from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome. I understand this is your first presentation to the board, so we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I just want to say very quickly, Mariah also comes to us from IRC division, just like Ugo. So again, I want to commend and thank Christina Sorrento, Neil Braunstein, and Angela Brown for the wonderful work that they put into Mariah. We're benefiting from that. And so again, just want to give a strong thank you to them and a welcome to Mariah, and we're excited to have her here. So with that, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning, members of the board. I am Mariah Claiborne, and I am with Up County Division, and I am the lead reviewer for preliminary plan number 12017-029A. This request is to extend the preliminary plan's validity period by an additional 12 months from the initiation date of this preliminary plan amendment. The original approval was in 2019, which gave an expiration date in 2022, which was then extended by SRA 19-12 until March 21st, 2024. The property consists of 3 unplotted parcels with a combined acreage of 1.87 acres. The property is improved with an existing single-family house and associated outbuildings with an access driveway to MacArthur Boulevard. The property is zoned R200 along with surrounding properties developed with single-family detached residences. And it falls within the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. And the property is also between MacArthur Boulevard and the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historical Park. The original preliminary plan, number 12017-0290, was approved February 21st, 2019, for 3 new lots for 3 new single-family detached homes. This amendment will not change the original preliminary plan proposal. As outlined in the the amendment conforms to the grounds for extension due to the occurrence of significant, unusual, and unanticipated events that were beyond the applicant's control. As outlined in the applicant's statement of justification and the staff report, there were unusual and unanticipated events outside of the applicant's control, resulting in a necessity for an extension to finalize the record plat. The applicant has met all noticing requirements and public hearing notice was mailed as required. While no formal correspondence has been received, I did receive 3 phone calls regarding potential construction noise. I provided an overview of the proposed application for the subdivision and advised them to contact DPS for construction and noise regulation. Staff does recommend approval for preliminary plan amendment number 12017-029A with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Did a great job. Is the applicant online? Is it or no? Okay.
Good morning, Chair Harris. Yes, for the record, Vince Biazzi with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer on behalf of the applicant Benjamin Weisler this morning.
Okay. So thank you very much. So one quick question is, can you go over the reason why the applicant didn't apply for this extension before the extension expired? I mean, before the just.
So to be clear, the applicant did file for this preliminary plan validity period extension prior to the expiration of that validity period, which was on March 21st. This application was submitted in earlier March of this year, so it was filed prior to the expiration date.
Okay, and then thank you for the clarification. And then could you go over what was the circumstances, the unanticipated events that prevented the applicant from?
Yes. So the applicant was coordinating with a civil engineer who had filed the preliminary plan and had assisted the applicant throughout the preliminary plan approval process and the post-approval process in terms of filing a plat. The civil engineer who was assisting with this case endured some personal hardships during COVID and experienced some issues with coordinating with the applicant, coordinating with their civil engineering firm, and as a result of those hardships, eventually left the firm that they were at, creating some difficulty with coordination and filing the plat in a timely manner. So the applicant has been trying to file the plat for a while, and due to issues coordinating with the civil engineer and other administrative delays associated with COVID, was not able to do so.
Okay, so great. And what's the status of the applicant? Did they have a new civil engineer, or what's the status of them
They
filing?
do.
Yeah.
They do. They've retained us and a new civil engineer to assist with filing of a plat, but would need additional time, obviously, with the extension request to do so.
Right, and you feel you will be able to get that done within 12 months?
Yes, right now we're
The
confident
approvals.
that we'd be able to file the plat with the approval of this extension.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have a comment. Mr. Biasi, correct? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. I read your letter, and my condolences to your client in the loss of his spouse. I believe they lost their
Thank you.
spouse, correct?
Yes.
I can understand how that turns someone's world upside down. When I look at attainable housing strategies, and I looked at this proposed development, I know the zone may not allow for it, but I'm going to reiterate and keep saying this. This may be an opportunity to push the limit and ask for an exception to have a different style of housing for these 3 proposed lots. And I would like to see, if possible, them push the limit and see if they could have a duplex or triplex there. I'm taking into consideration the square foot space of the parcel. And I know you guys will say, well, that's not possible in this zone. But nonetheless, if we're going to be serious about pushing the limit and getting this attainable housing strategies made, it'd be great if that could eventually happen. But again, the condolences to your client with regards to the loss of their spouse. I don't know when it occurred, but nonetheless, it could turn someone's world upside down and slow the clock in their mind in getting things accomplished and done.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think that the applicant, once they file, they always have the option to, file again for duplexes and once the law is changed. So,
Yeah, we'll take that into consideration as we move forward with that discussion, but understood. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bartley. If there are no other comments or questions, I'm agreeable to allow this extension, but I'd like, if someone would like to make a motion to approve
Yeah.
the
I'll
extension.
move to approve the extension of the plan amendment.
And I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much and thank you, Ms. Mariah Claiborne, for your first presentation. Thank you.
Thank
And we're
you.
going to just take a 2-minute break and go with our last item of the morning. Thank you so much. And the last item is
Thank you.
item number 8, shops at Sumner Place Apartments, Forest Conservation Plan 2024-0050, preliminary plan. It's 1985-202A, and I assume this is the site plan number 8202300140, where staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, shops at Sumner Place Apartments. Where staff is asking the approval with conditions of the preliminary plan number 1, 1985-202A, site plan number 8, 2023-01440, and Forest Conservation Plan number F20240050. Approval with conditions. And this morning we have Katie Mincarini with the Planning Department to present this. Our new planner number 4.
Thanks. All right, with that, let's get started. Good morning. As mentioned, I'm Katie Mancarini for the Down County Division, presenting for the Shops at Sumner Place Apartments project, which includes 3 applications. It includes Preliminary Plan Amendment 1, 1985-202A, Site Plan 8, 2023-14-0, and Forest Conservation Plan F, 2024-050. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan. And I just want to say we're really excited about this project for a couple of reasons, both the project substance itself, but also the community was very engaged and the applicant was quite responsive. So I think this demonstrates our process very well. So let's get a little bit about where this project is located. It's in the southeast area of Bethesda. Per the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan, this is called the Palisades area. So you can see here we're pretty close to the DC line. As we get closer to the vicinity, we are within a very residential area. You can see there's a lot of single-family detached north of the site, but as we get in closer towards the site itself, you see that it is a commercial shopping center with the Defense Intelligence Agency of Bethesda on the west, to the left of the screen, and the Sumner Village condominiums to the right. We also have some other condominiums to the north immediately and some townhomes to the south. So let's talk a little bit about the existing conditions. As I mentioned, it is a shopping center. So we have both office and retail that's roughly like 2 to 3 stories in height. It is a 11.88 acres. It is zoned NR 0.75H45, which stands for neighborhood residential, which does allow for some residential use on the site. And mentioned earlier, it is subject to the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan. I think it's also really important here that we get close to the site, that we have a lot of commercial buildings and a lot of parking. This is a lot of surface parking. So what you're seeing here on the left is the aerial, which I think shows that quite well. Also here on the right, we have the existing buildings, almost all of which are to remain with the exception of this one bank pad that is to be removed. Let's just get to the project. So what we are proposing here is consolidating into one, it is 2 parcels consolidating into one lot. They are proposing to create with, there's going to be 341,882 square feet of total density. Of that, 224,274 square feet of commercial density is to remain. And the new residential building will be 117,608 square feet. And that will be, as highlighted here, a residential building and pocket park. That's really where most of the activity is going to be on the site. Getting into what this building is going to be. It is going to consist of 118 multifamily units, of which 18 are MPDUs. It's important to note that that is going to be 15.2% of the total project, which exceeds the minimum of 12.5%, which allows them to get bonus density, which is roughly 1 floor. That's why we are allowed to, we are permitted to allow a maximum height of 57 feet rather than the map density of 45. All right, circulation and access. This is getting into some of the meat of the project that was heavily discussed throughout the review. The access is really not going to change that much. So the curb cut that is on Sentinel Drive is going to stay there. That is used for loading for the loading for the retail and commercial, but it's also going to be the primary access for the residential building because you can see how close it is. The 2 driveways on Sangamore Road is going to stay there, and then also Sangamore wraps around the building. We're going to also have that. It's looked at the southern part here. That is also to remain. A couple of frontage improvements that we're really excited about is the Sentinel Drive is going to be very much improved, especially for pedestrians. Right now, it's just a sidewalk right up against the parked cars. Instead, we're going to get a wider sidewalk of 6 feet, as well as a 6-foot buffer. The on-street parking is going to remain because this road is very large. So we're actually really excited for this opportunity to kind of tighten up this road a bit. And then on Sangamore Road, we already have a buffered sidewalk that's looking great. So we're excited that that's going to stay there and still do what it's supposed to do. Now let's talk about the building specifically and how that's going to work. So the building has been really thoughtfully placed and designed. We have a 6-foot sidewalk going around the entire perimeter and a 7-foot tree line buffer. So we are going to get more trees on this site, which we are very much excited about. We have the pocket park, as we mentioned. We had a lot of discussions about how this building is going to relate to the existing retail and commercial on the site. So the applicant has been working hard to mark some new crossings and put some thoughtful curb ramps in so it makes sense where the pedestrians are going to be crossing across to get to the destination further into the building. Another thing that I want to highlight here is there is an existing trail connection between the Sumner Village condos to the east and this. We are not only going to retain that, but it's going to be enhanced with a new fence and lock and also a new crossing that's going to be formalized. This is a very important connection. It's mutually beneficial to both parties here.
Could you show the connection on
Oh,
the
of
map?
course. Yeah, so
Thank
here, right here, I'm taking a long, you see it right there. Is that visible? Are you able to see my mouse? Perfect, okay. So why this is so important is that the retail and commercial uses really want to get the foot traffic from Sumner Village, and they also want them to come over without using a car, ideally, so this is really important. And the Sumner Village residents also mentioned that they want this connection because it's very convenient to them. So this was something that had a lot of discussion about it, so I wanted to highlight it.
So could you show the Sumner Village condo, which side it is?
Sure,
Is it?
they are right here on this east side, immediately abutting the property.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect, great question. Another feature that we want to talk about here is the loading for this new residential building. It is off-street, but outside the building. It is actually going to serve both the CVS and the residential building. This was a compromise because originally we'd talked about having a new curb cut on Sentinel Drive, and that was not acceptable. So we've figured out a way to creatively serve both the residents and internal to the site here, so.
Could you show because I just don't see where the truck comes to do the loading there. What is
Sure.
the circulation?
Sure, so the truck will come into Sentinel Drive,
Okay.
come down here.
So they go through the shopping center?
Yes, as they do
Okay.
today, yeah.
And
And then, just as they do with the CVS, they're going to turn here. And this, I'm sorry, I've made it too opaque. This is also pavement, so they will be here.
So they have to make a turn to do the loading, but this is the loading for commercial, or what is the loading for the building?
That is the loading for the building as well. So the residents will have an SU-30 truck that will come down here and will park in this space here, where they can unload towards the building here.
I don't understand how the loading is connected to the building, because it's not going inside the building.
Correct, it's not going inside the building.
So they're going to cart it.
Correct. They will need to cart across here. There's an access, I'm not showing the door here, there's an access right here.
So if someone is moving in the building, they have to cart all the furniture from that loading place to the building? All right, that's such an easy task. Yeah. It's typical. Okay.
Maybe in urban areas, you would have to park the truck out,
Yeah.
and load it on something. And I mean, I guess it's been, it's just in some places, just really, if you're lucky enough to have a loading dock next to the building, that's what you probably normally have seen. Right?
Sure. Well, so another point too, to your point. So with, if it was smaller, so there are 5 spaces that are in front of the lobby here, which a small SU-30 truck could also use, or a passenger vehicle. This is where we're going to have ride sharing and your Uber Eats delivery, that kind of thing as well here. I don't know that furniture should probably be coming through the lobby. You'd probably want to use the service elevator, which is located back here.
Yeah, it's not normal, but I guess that was the negotiate. I'm sure there was a negotiated. So, okay.
And the building faces to the shopping center. The lobby is facing to the shopping center. Okay.
Perfect. All right. Is it okay to move on to parking? Great, okay. So there are currently 793 parking spaces on the site today, but we were, with this construction, net 712, and here's the breakdown of that. So 50 will be located in the parking garage underneath the building for the residential use, and as I mentioned, there are going to be 5 short-term parking spaces located in front of the lobby that can be used for pickup and drop-off. 657 surface parking spaces will remain for visitors, employees, and also overflow for the residents. One of the things that the applicant decided to do, which is in compliance with Chapter 59 design is they evaluated the parking needs based on the ULI shared parking model. So that takes all of the uses, looks at not only what their demands are, but their overlapping demands. So like what is the peak demand for this site? And what was determined that 584 spaces would satisfy the overlapping demand. So we actually have excess of the minimum that would be needed for this site. To truth that and to validate that, the applicant actually chose to provide an optional additional analysis, which was a usage analysis. So they went out on a weekday and a weekend, typical, and then actually looked at not only when the spaces are most in demand, but where on the site. Those were two critical data points that we wanted them to look at. And what they determined is that on the weekday, it was about a 60% utilization rate, and on the weekend, it was 40%. And not surprisingly, the spaces that are currently where this building is proposed to go were used the least, and that's not surprising because they're the furthest away from all of the retail and commercial that is expected to stay. So this is actually the most logical point for it to be located in. One point
So
that
the question is that with all of these, because this, building is not really close to any kind of public transportation. So people that they come there, they have to have cars. And I do not know if they calculate 1 or 2 cars per unit, and they have enough parking for.
So that's part of the shared parking demand analysis. So we put in all the number of residential units when they were going to need it, as well as the retail at the same time. And so that's based on, this is actually the direction that our zoning code gives them to say to use this. There is plenty of parking. So you're correct that there may be more than 50 cars generated by the residential use, right? Because we have more than 50 units, but there's plenty of surface parking that they can use. I mean, like 584 to 712, we're doing pretty good.
So the 50 in the parking, is that for the units also?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask a quick question?
Certainly.
Is the garage intended to be below grade?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any consideration, considering that we're looking at an excess of 100 and almost 30 spaces based on the shared calculation, any consideration to further drive that down, that number, the 50 number?
Good question. I mean, we've talked to them about it. They said that this is what they think they're going to need. So I'll let the applicant, when they come forward, to kind of share that. But yes, our biggest concern was just making sure that the minimum was met. And that, as you can see, we definitely do.
Okay, thanks.
The last thing on this slide that I want to talk about is the parking waiver. So we kind of mentioned, or actually I think I forgot to mention, that this was originally developed in the 1960s. So that was a couple of zoning ordinances ago. It was definitely in compliance when it was first developed. And so the parking lot met all the design criteria. Everything was fine. But currently we have gotten a little more sophisticated with our parking design standards. We like to see a lot more vegetation within our parking. So there's a rule right now where you had to have no more than 20 spaces between vegetated islands. We don't have that everywhere here because it's an older parking lot and they're really not touching that area. Should this redevelop, they will have to come into compliance, but we determined that since they're really not touching those spaces and it would be a pretty big hardship to make them completely like restripe, put all this stuff in, we were recommending approval of the waiver. One criteria that I want to put on the record is that for the planning board to make a finding for the parking waiver, we need to make sure that we're still achieving the intent of the parking chapter, and that is safe, adequate, and efficient access throughout the parking lot. We do still have that. It's just not in the exact way that we have started to regulate our parking lots. Okay.
Just one quick question. So that means that, like, of that, if you went back to
Sure.
the long parking, you would have to, you couldn't have like 20 space. You'd have to put an island in,
Right.
into it, and then you would, and put vegetation and maybe a tree or something, a couple of trees, and then but the old code, you can have it, 20 spaces or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what we allowed, but it seemed like a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No, thanks for summarizing. All right, let's get into the actual architecture here. So the project proposes a 5-story rectangular building with detailed elevations and highly articulated fenestration on all 4 sides. We're getting windows, we've got balconies on some of these. The long and east-west elevations are broken up with intermittent setbacks of up to 6 feet so that the larger building mass appears as a composition of smaller bays. A shift of the building mass also further sets back a large portion of the eastern elevation from the Sumner Village condominiums. Those are the ones on the right side of the building. There will be a combination of recessed and projected balconies throughout the building that add interest and rhythm to the elevations and enhance the relationship between the units and the public realm and the streets below. Okay, Forest Conservation Plan. So we kind of talked a little bit about when this developed back in the 1960s. Another accepted practice that we don't allow now is that we used to allow forest conservation and sewer easements to overlap. Now we want them to be exclusive. So given that they were going to have to disturb the sewer easement to address the residential building and the capacity that was needed for that, we decided to disentangle the two. So there is a new easement that's proposed for the Category 1 forest conservation easement. It is removing 0.28 acres of forest so that they are distinct easements. There is also a variance request that is for 1 impacted tree and 1 removal tree as part of this, and native canopy tree plantings are going to be the mitigation for those. Okay. Community outreach. So the applicant has complied with all of our noticing requirements as shown with this sign here. They also had a public meeting. They've had repeated correspondence with the Sumner Village condominium. There have been multiple meetings. There's been letters back and forth. And I think it's important to highlight that the applicant did work really closely with the Sumner Village condominiums to address several design elements of the building, such as setting the building back 9 to 15 feet along the property, which wasn't necessarily required. They're also installing a fence on the Sumner Village property, even when screening is not required. They've reduced the floor plate of the building. They've even removed an originally proposed curb cut on Sentinel Drive, which we've talked a lot about with the loading, right? We had some implications from taking that away. And then there's several more that are listed in the staff report, but I think it's important to note that they've been working with the community pretty closely. Finally, I have some updated conditions based on some feedback that we've received, and I would just want to walk through what these are. So first, we have one with the preliminary plan amendment. This is really getting at the intent of what this condition was. It's just further providing specifications. The site plan, similarly, there was some concern about the balconies that are being shown, so we're highlighting a specific exhibit to make it clear what we want. And then there are 3 associated with the forest conservation plan. Condition 4 was removed because it's actually redundant. It's not that the merits aren't good, it's just duplicative. The second one, we had a minor technical update for the mitigation credit. So you'll see here that it's actually 0.48 acres of mitigation credit. And then finally, 6 has some clarification language that shows that adjustments to the landscaping plantings is permitted with the approval of MNC PPC Forest Conservation Inspection staff. So this is, again, more clarification. Are there any questions about those modifications? Great. All right, so with that, the applications satisfy the zoning ordinance, the subdivision regulations, and are in compliance with all relative master plans, especially the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan and Chapter 22A of the County Code. Staff recommends approval of this collected application with conditions as modified herein. And with that, I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Matt Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, WCA&N Miller Development Company, and the applicant's representative, Rob Miller, seated to my left. We want to thank Ms. Mancarini and the rest of the planning staff for working with us over the past year. It's been a long process, a lot of just kind of challenging design issues when trying to address the existing improvements that were built under old zoning and fit in, these new improvements under the current zoning, and they've been helpful in helping us navigate that process. But we do think it's a good example of some of the concepts from Thrive 2050 that talk about retrofitting, single-use commercial centers to allow for a mix of uses. So we followed that guidance, and we think that this is a good example of that. And then in terms of the neighbors that Ms. Mancarini mentioned, we worked with them extensively as well. And one point that I just wanted to put on the record from their attorney who emailed earlier today was that there's a clarification to this balcony exhibit in site plan condition 10B that we will update as part of the certified plan. There's a corner unit, I think, that's facing the CVS and the future pocket park. There was a question about a balcony. We're not proposing any balconies on that corner unit facing the neighboring property. The balcony actually faces the other direction towards the CVS and the future pocket park, but we will clarify that. But I wanted to give Mr. Miller a chance to say a few words, but with that, we're available for any questions, and we appreciate your time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Miller. I'm the president of W.C. Miller Development Company. We've been in business since 1912. We've been in Montgomery County since the late 20s, and we've owned this property since the mid-1930s. My father and his brother developed the original Little Falls, what was then called Little Falls Mall, and it's an interesting story because if you look at the way the building's facing, it faces on Sangamore Road, but originally they were going to extend Little Falls Parkway and to front along our property, and hence the Little Falls Mall was named, but that never came to fruition. So it's kind of backwards when you look at it. The retail should be facing the main road, but doesn't. And our board and myself several years ago started discussing the idea of enhancing the property with some more residential, and with the help of our team and the help of the staff here, we were able to come up with what we think to be a very useful plan for the community. We also own right next door 125 apartment units that my grandfather built back in 1950. So we're a long-term steward of the property. We don't intend to sell it. My office is there. All my friends live there. So we're excited about the opportunity to create some more housing. Just also, all of Sumner, my grandfather and father and myself and several other Millers built hundreds and hundreds of homes in that area. And we're very proud to be a part of the community. So we appreciate the opportunity to present our plan to the Planning Commission today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. It's always good to hear the history of the area, and it's great that your family's been in business this long and creating homes for people to live. That's so important in the community. So do we have any questions or comments from the board members?
No, I think this is an excellent improvement, and it shows your dedication and interest in maintaining the high quality of life for your fellow community members and neighbors.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you as well. It sounds like, for all the reasons you mentioned, this is going to be a great addition to the neighborhood, and supporting the existing retail there and commercial spaces with more housing. I mean, I think that's obviously that's a really collaborative use, and I think we need to do more of this around the county and kind of infill these spaces to provide more of those, more of the supporting residents, so we can kind of keep these important retail areas going, and hopefully expand more neighborhood retail areas throughout the county too. I don't have any concerns about the project at all. I think it looks great. My only concern actually relates to the fact that it sounds like the project was reduced in size by 28% from the original proposal. So I'm curious, in terms of units and particularly, NPDUs, like what does 28% square footage represent in terms of the units that we potentially lost, given, after the negotiations with the neighbor?
I believe it was, ended up being about 30 units altogether.
Yeah, we started out, I think, with around 148 units, and we had a combination of some of the multifamily, and then the way that the zone works, the live-work units, which are quasi-residential, but they're treated as commercial.
Yeah.
So, with the change in the building footprint and setting it back, that's, about 30 units, and then somebody better at math than me can do what that means with the 15% MPDUs, but.
Mm-hmm. And the 28% was, so the neighbor's request, did that essentially come from a reduction in, you mentioned the floor plate shrunk by about 8,000 square feet. So what does that represent in terms of the neighbor's interest? Did that improve something related to their interest?
Yeah, I believe that it was like, it's a horizontal shift because they're maximizing their height, right?
Height, yeah.
So yeah, it was creating more of a setback between the building and the Sumner Village condominium. So there was just a little bit more breathing room between the two buildings. Is that accurate?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so that is a little, it's concerning to me. I think, given our stated goals and the fact that this in many ways is an ideal location for this kind of infill. I personally would like to see us try to to maximize the unit potential on the site. It sounds like that was your interest as well, because that's what was originally proposed. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's, an appetite with others on the board to make a suggestion along those lines. But I think I'm very interested in kind of realizing the original proposal and kind of regaining those 30 units that we lost.
Yes, so great comment. One of the questions I had is that by setting it back, did it mean did you lose just square footage so the units could have been bigger, or did you actually lose, is it a combination of bigger units and number of units, or, because if you shrink it could have been fatter. I'm just trying to see what happened there. And then, the question, and also this thing about losing the balconies on the building, what was I know it was like people didn't want to see into the pool or whatever, but weren't you I was thinking about it, it seemed like you were weren't you hundreds of feet from the pool anyway? I'm just trying to see how all these things that go together, how much, we want to respect neighbors, but what's reasonable, to, because it seems like you made a lot of concessions to create community support, which we want to get to community support, but how far is too far? So I just want to, you can walk us through that process.
I'll let our architect, Fike, talk about the kind of the units, but what we started out with was, I think, a uniform 30-foot setback, which I think the zone, technically, we could have a zero-foot setback, which we pointed that out to the neighbors. And then we ended up changing the building. There's I think it's condo building 6 in Sumner Village that's like closest to this shared property line. And a portion of this building was extending so that it was kind of lining up that you would look directly to that building. Granted, the setback would probably be close to 60 feet, I think, if I can say. But that's where we lost the density and the footprint by kind of chopping off that portion of the building.
My name is Mike Tucker. Thank you. I'm with the Architects Collaborative, and great to be here. We worked a long time on this building, and when we started, we had about slightly more than 150 units as a concept. Yeah. But through negotiations and meetings with the adjacent community, they had concerns, and we appreciated and honored their concerns. If you look at the building, I don't really have a plan, but the building stretches north to south. The north portion of the building on the east side overlooks the swimming pool and the pool deck of the condominium. And as you go towards the south, the building starts overlapping with the first condo building, which is building number 6. Originally, our building extended farther south, but so we started talking with the community, and we actually visited a couple of the units in building 6, and we understood their concerns.
Could you show building 6 here that he's talking about?
It's the first one that you see on the bottom right corner.
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, it's the first condo building it's the only condominium building that is adjacent to us. The other building is a clubhouse, which is like 15, 20 foot tall. We took their concerns to heart, and yes, we lost about 8,000 square foot of footprint. We shuffled the shape of the building, we narrowed it down, and I broke it into 2 pieces, and the southern piece, I pulled it farther away from building 6, and the distance is about 67 feet. And in the process, we shortened the southern end, we pulled that up, and we created a pocket park, which is immediately adjacent to their path. Obviously, these are efforts to be a good neighbor with them, and I think we've done very well by them. And they also had additional concerns about our units overlooking the pool deck and the pool terrace, and we ended up removing balconies from the upper floor. So there are some compromises, but the first meeting we had with the community was not a good one. They did not react well, and I think we all did a great job working together where they came to a point of liking us and supporting this project. So yes, we did lose 30 units.
Thank you. So it sounds like really you lost the units by not pushing the south piece further south. I mean, and maybe they could have been bigger, wider in the other places. But my thinking is that, I don't know, as a board, I mean, if you feel this project is viable to go move forward and you've made these agreements with the residents, I don't see how we can, but I do feel that we should, I don't know what we can do as a board, I mean, talking in general that, how much should you go to make a deal, because you are losing units.
I do agree with you. I think we should leave it up to you to decide what you want to do. If you want to be a good neighbor and take care of those concerns and make the community happy, frankly, I'm fine with it because for me, Thrive talks about the same thing that you guys have done. It's creating, harmony among the existing community. I understand Commissioner Linden's concern to get more housing, but at the same time, I am with the theory. I believe that a balanced approach, it's a better approach than creating harmony and consistency among the existing communities is as important as creating just housing. So I leave it up to you guys what you want to do.
No.
That's my position.
I just wanted to jump in. I echo many of the concerns of Commissioner Linden as well, that we lost 20% of the units that we could have got on an infill property that's doing exactly what we want to do and exactly what we say we want to do. So I just want to echo those concerns. I would much rather have 30 more units. Just build the units. If that's what you can build, you should be able to build it. We need the houses. We say we need the houses, and then we don't act like we need the houses. So we should build the houses. And when we get to this point, harmony is one thing, but reducing 20% of the units that we could have had is something else entirely. I don't find that to be particularly harmonious. The other concern that I have is this is a master plan that's from 34 years ago. And my larger concern than with the specific debate and the negotiations over this particular property is that this is zoned for something from 35 years ago. So it's the Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan, is that right, approved?
Yeah, so originally it was CBD, for what it's worth, just technical point. So it was originally CBD 1, it was updated with the 2014. So I mean,
with 2014.
Yeah.
If there's not space beside it, there sure as heck should be space above it. And if you're having to trade MPDUs for a maximum height of 57 feet, that should be considerably higher, and we should go back to master plans that have these restrictions in them, such that there is more housing allowed in places where we want housing to be allowed. This needs to be updated. The starting point should not have been 35 feet in a place like this. And from a larger point, not to move on from the specific property we're talking about right now, but in this area and with these available amenities, we should have a starting point that's higher than that, and larger than that, and more units than that. And that's my larger concern. If this is the settlement we've got for this particular property, that's one thing. It's fine. You guys do you. Going forward, we should have a much higher starting point for these properties.
Yeah, I totally agree that kind of in a broader sense, these feel like areas that we should take a look at more closely, either through updated master plans or some other means. I want to make one other point just related to perhaps process, because in the end, if the last thing we want to do, of course, is have you all go back, spend more time, come back to us again. Like, we understand it's already an expensive process, and we don't want to kind of belabor the point. If you have an agreement with the neighbors, ultimately, I think that's fine. I think my concern is, where can we kind of earlier in the process kind of express a little bit more of our preference and expectation to preempt some of the pre-negotiation that you may feel interested or compelled to do? Which isn't to say, we should always talk to interested neighbors and talk to community groups and talk to, in this case, the neighboring condo association. But before kind of agreements are made on that level, that can reduce the scale and therefore make it harder for us to meet our goals. I mean, there's not that many of these, well, unfortunately, there's probably too many of these sites, but like after we sort of chip away, you know, we really need to maximize these opportunities. I think that we as a board kind of need more opportunities to weigh in and make you feel more comfortable as applicants, you know, coming to us. Like the negotiation should really sort of, this is where I think a lot of it should lay. If neighbors want to come and request reduced size, they can come in front of the hearing, they can come to the hearings. Obviously, they can go to the meetings and talk to you all too, but I think that, you know, the negotiation happens here. In this case, we didn't have the opportunity to kind of weigh in, to express our preference that, you know, if you wanted to build 140, 150 plus units, like, by all means, like, that's awesome, go do it. And now you have an agreement, we don't want to waste more time and money, so I think that's fine. But maybe we can talk more about kind of processes and how we can express preferences earlier.
Yeah, excuse me, one more, good point. Was there ever a consideration of rezoning this property at all, or?
So I was going to say, part of it, it's not really all just because of the community, and I think Commissioner Hedrick hit the nail on the head. Part of it's the zoning. It's this neighborhood retail zone, which in itself has a 30% limitation on residential. So it's 30% of what the commercial is there. So we were able to look at the existing commercial shopping center uses and use that to get into our residential number. So with those additional units, the way we were able to get there was by adding more commercial, which are live-work units. And that means, you know, it could be a barber shop or an accountant's office. And we weren't quite sure how those units would work as well, as opposed, we would rather, if they were pure multifamily rental units, then it would be a different discussion. So in the long run, the way that they, under the current zoning, the way they could get more residential is by building more commercial. But that's because the zone it's just not a great zone for this. So that's really was driving the problem. And then there's also traffic issues. If they build more density, they may have to do a full traffic study, and that could be $1 million worth of off-site improvements. That's going to constrain what you can do as well. So there's a lot of different factors that go into it.
Right. So these are all great points that the commissioners brought up, and we should think about this long. What are there other properties like this? We know we could put on the bulletin board, but we're trying to send a signal to the community that, you know, we're all about creating. We have a housing shortage in the county. It's only growing. It's affecting our economic viability of the county. So we're all about ways that we can increase housing for all types, right? Market rate, you know, affordable, all types throughout the county. So we're going to be looking into that and how we can do that. I don't know if there's a master plan for this area coming up anytime soon, or no, I don't think so. But something to put on the thing. But I think we should move forward with this. I mean, I'm happy you were able to negotiate something with the neighboring residents, even though it looks like you really lost a lot of density, and going to the south especially. It also widening, because I don't know what the unit mix, if you could tell me, but it looks like they're primarily one-bedroom units with the smattering of twos. But can you tell me the unit mix?
We have 11 studios, 93 one-bedroom units, and 14 two-bedroom units, total of 118. Yeah.
Right. So it's mainly, you know, for
One
single,
bedroom.
one bedrooms, and, you know, we're all also trying to push more housing for families. So I'm sure that the reduction in the fatness, loss density that you could have had for larger units and maybe more two bedrooms.
But I have one more question about the lateral traffic, because it looks like that we didn't require to do lateral, because with the number of the unit, it just shows like about 48 or 49, very close under 50. If you had added those 30%, then they had to do $1 million study. So I don't want to just blame it on that. I think it's a lot more goes into it. And I also had the question in regarding that, how did it 118 unit just is under 50, you know? It's 48 or 49. I think it was...
It's 48, you're correct.
48. So they could have done, they would have been required to do probably offsite improvement if they had added that 30 unit to it.
I can confirm that. Actually, when they first came in with that and we scoped it, there was going to be a transportation impact study.
Okay, but now they don't have it. So that's a big improvement on their part, so we should consider that. But let me just finish. I don't know, but is it 118 units creates 48? It just seems a little bit little to me. I just don't know.
I mean, like, I also ran the numbers myself. So by using the methodologies which are approved by the Growth and Infrastructure Policy, these numbers are accurate. It is 48.
Yeah, it's a little bit, just thinking logically, you think it's going to be more than
But
that.
But this is peak hour. This isn't like daily trips. This is peak hour in and
Yeah.
out for the specific,
But they got
Okay.
some credits for the bank. Wasn't there a bank there?
No, we actually didn't apply the credit for the bank. So actually, it's actually a little bit conservative because
Yeah.
we did not apply the credit for the bank. And in fact, what was the other thing I was going to point out? This is also adjusted for the policy area. So it's not just like anywhere this type of building. It's this type of building in the greater Bethesda sort of suburbanish area.
Okay, so, are you finished? Did you
Yeah,
have one
I'm
more-
finished. I just wanted to bring that one up, that's a benefit, that they could do it now without additional assistance.
Well, and I just want to add, I mean, you came with a project that had 150 units to begin with. I'm fairly certain you knew that there would be a traffic required study for there. You didn't come in not thinking you were going to have to do a traffic study with 150 units. You're able to make that prediction. So you had a project that would have had more units and had made the economic calculation that it would have been worth it, correct? More or less?
I mean, that process is challenging because you have to do a traffic study, but you don't know what the requirements are going to be. So it is a real, in this market to finance these projects, it is a constraint.
Yeah.
But I mean, the one thing I think we could look at is with the policy that you're recommending with the 3-bedroom units, that incentive is meaningful. So that's something we could look at for the impact tax breaks.
There's our stated goals and our outcomes, and those two are not aligned in this case. And we need to do what we need to do to make sure that those become aligned in this case. We're losing 20% of potential units that we could have had based on rules that do not conform with our stated goals and objectives. So that's not anything, and sorry, you guys are sitting here listening to a policy discussion when you have a particular project you want to get, break ground on. But we want more projects like this. We want more projects like this to bring more housing. To do that, we need to make sure that we align our interests and to make sure that when the negotiations do have to happen that are offsite and not, sitting here while we're doing this, that our support and our stated goals are houses, units, places for people to sleep, live. That's what we want. And I think we need to make sure that that's stated as early in the process as possible. And if it comes out here and you come down here and you got less units because you got a condo, next to you, fine. We'll go through it. You've made those decisions, but our weight and our support should be behind more units early in the process. That's just something to put forward.
Duly noted and greatly said. Thank you. All right, so we're, if there are no other questions or comments, I'm for this project. I'm sorry you had to lose some units that way, but you feel that if you can move forward with the project, you can move forward with the project. So I think it'll be a great addition to the community, and I'm recommending that we move forward with this. So if there are other comments or questions, can you go back to your condition, the slide, the end slide with all the conditions and, great. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So we'll do the forest conservation separately, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, this would be 3 motions,
Okay.
one for the preliminary plan amendment, one for the site plan, and one for the forest conservation.
Okay, can you put them back up, Ms. Macarini, with the numbers? Yes, I can read it. Okay, yeah. So I have a motion for approval of preliminary plan amendment number 1985-202A with conditions as presented by the staff.
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Okay, great.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Do I have a motion for approval of site plan number 82023-0140 with conditions?
Move to approve with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Lastly, do I have a motion for approval of forest conservation plan number F 2024-0050 with amended conditions?
Yeah, move for approval for the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Congratulations. We look forward to you moving forward with the project. Thank you. And we're going to take a lunch break and come back at 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, 8676 Georgia Avenue, sketch plan number 3/2023-0060, and preliminary plan number 1/2023-0150, public hearing. First of all, there's a request for up to 550,000 total square feet of density for a mixed-use development with up to 525,000 square feet of residential density and up to 25,000 square feet of retail service establishment density with 15% MPDUs and adaptive reuse of designated historic tasty diner on a 1.04 acre site where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And secondly, request to create a single lot of up to 525 multifamily residential units and up to 25,000 square feet of retail service establishment users where staff is recommending approval with conditions. From staff today, we have Adam Bossy presenting this presentation, after which staff presents. There will also be public testimony. We have 16 speakers today, 7 in person and 9 online. And then after that, the applicant will have a chance to make a presentation. So welcome. We haven't seen so many people here in a while, so we look forward to our presentations today. So, Mr. Bossy, it's your show.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Good afternoon. For the record, Adam Bossy with the Down County Planning Team. Happy to be here presenting the sketch and preliminary plan applications for 8676 Georgia Avenue. So the site that we're talking about today is in downtown Silver Spring. This falls within the area of the 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. The site that we are talking about is really right in the middle of a lot of the great things that downtown Silver Spring has to offer. The county's new recreation and aquatic center is a block or so just west of the property. It is about a little bit less than a 10-minute walk north of the Paul S. Sarbanes Transit Center. We have the Red Line access. New Purple Line station will be located there. And there's multiple bus lines that service that location as well. Veterans Plaza and a number of the entertainment, shopping, employment opportunities that downtown has to offer are also located within about a 10-minute walk of this property just to the east. United Therapeutics, who did submit a letter of support for this case, is located about 2 blocks northeast of this property. So it's really right, it's a location that's right in the middle of a lot going on in downtown Silver Spring and accessible to a lot of those things as well. Here on the aerial image, the project site is outlined in red. It is comprised of 2 unoccupied commercial lots that total about 1.04 tract acres. The site is in the commercial residential zone with a max FAR of 5.0, height of 300. It's also in the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. As the chair mentioned, this site is also home to the designated historic Tasty Diner, which is located on that southwest corner of the 8601 Cameron Street property that we see here. In general, the site occupies the northwestern half of the block that's bound by Georgia Avenue to the north, Fiddler Lane to the east, Ramsey Ave to the south, and Cameron Street to the west. A Verizon utility building and the Mi Rancho restaurant abut the site directly to the east. Yes, to the east. Public parking garage, the Cameron Street parking garage is located across Cameron Street. There are also commercial buildings located across Cameron Street and Georgia Avenue from the property. The Cameron Hill Court townhomes are located to the south of the property, directly across Ramsey Avenue. These townhouses are the closest existing residents to the subject site. Several of those residents and their HOA have been in contact with staff and the applicant throughout the review process and are signed up to provide testimony today. Some of those folks also did provide written testimony in the past week and throughout the process. That correspondence is in your packets as well as our attachments to the staff report. Planning and MCDOT staff did meet with some of those neighbors a couple times throughout the process as well, just to talk through their concerns and sort of how our process and what we're charged with reviewing works. The 2 properties that do make up the existing property are shown in the photos here. On the left is 8676 Georgia Avenue. It's a former bank property. And on the right is the Tasty Diner property, which is on the corner of Ramsey and Cameron. So the historic Tasty Diner, when we speak about that, In this context, the historic portion of it is the 800-square-foot dining car that's listed on the master plan of historic preservation for the county. That's roughly outlined in yellow here. The larger existing addition to the diner is not part of the historic structure. So in the staff report, and when I speak to this today, the historic Tasty Diner that we're referencing is that 800-square-foot dining car. In addition to being a resource...
So is the name Historic Diner, is the name also historic, or is it just the building?
That's a great question, and...
Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. For the record, do you mean the sign, or do you mean the name itself?
The name itself.
I'm going to look at Dan Breukert from our HP staff. We don't designate names historic.
So
least, yes,
it
I'm
doesn't
getting the
have
nod.
to be a diner, then just the building. As long as they keep the building, it doesn't have to be diner, and they don't have to call it historic diner.
Correct.
Tasty Diner. It would have been nice, because the Tasty Diner to me is historic somehow. I don't know, but okay.
I mean, I think that and I think maybe Ms. Silver was about to say this. I think we're very early in the process, so I think as things move forward, those are things that I think the applicant could take into account.
So in addition to the diner being a listed historic resource, it is also subject to an existing historic easement agreement. And that easement agreement does include various provisions for the preservation of the historic portion of the building to be maintained essentially in that condition. The Historic Preservation Commission did review the sketch plan proposal through their preliminary consultation process twice, both in the summer and fall of last year. Minutes from those meetings are shown in Attachment D of our staff report. I should also mention that the easement exhibit is included in Attachment C of the staff report. So we're just speaking about sort of what we have out there now, and now we'll kind of change gears a little bit, speak about what's envisioned for that area. So the slide here shows the sector plan's downtown north district with the subject site highlighted. The sector plan does break up downtown into these districts that we see on the image on the left-hand side of the slide. The middle image does show that downtown north district in some more detail. The plan does include a number of goals and recommendations relevant to the proposed development. Several of those are shown here and speak to redeveloping underutilized properties and for developments to provide neighborhood supporting commercial opportunities and amenities. The sector plan also recommends Cameron Street to be a key east-west connector through this portion of downtown for all modes of transportation. It looks for providing new bike paths and activating uses at street level and buildings that line Cameron. The sector plan and zoning for the downtown north district are really growth focused in terms of providing for high allowable development densities and emphasizing the need and value associated with building out a complete multimodal transportation network. These images that we see here are from the sector plan design guidelines, and they show an illustrative vision for development right across the street from our subject site. Highlighted here by the existing condition image of Cameron Street Garage in the lower left portion of the slide. We see a view really taken from that same location with our backs toward the Tasty Diner, looking out across the corner of Ramsey and Cameron, across toward the Cameron Street Garage. The image on the right is really that future illustrative vision of bringing First Street from Fenwick down through the garage site to Cameron and allowing for larger mixed-use development to occur, really flanking where that new street would come in, essentially in the footprint of the garage. So what this really, again, illustrates is the sector plan does put an emphasis on growth in this area. In addition to adding new development to this area downtown, the sector plan envisions the creation of a green loop through Silver Spring. The green loop, it's a concept that calls for the creation of two looped multimodal corridors through downtown, and these corridors are intended to enhance multimodal connectivity in downtown and help foster a vibrant, safe, and comfortable public realm. The green loop calls for the creation of separated bike lanes, street trees, stormwater plantings, and comfortable sidewalks flanked and framed by buildings with well-defined bases, full of activating uses as are illustratively shown here. This proposal is going to be the first in Silver Spring to utilize density from the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. The downtown Silver Spring overlay zone, the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone allows and includes this mechanism for increasing density of a proposal beyond its max gross floor area otherwise allowed by the underlying zone. A contribution to the Civic Improvement Fund is required to qualify for downtown Silver Spring overlay zone density. The final amount of density and associated contribution to the Civic Improvement Fund for this project will be determined through a future site plan application. And just for reference, DSS density in the Civic Improvement Fund functions similarly to the Bethesda overlay zone, where someone can pull in additional density and pay into essentially an improvement fund that would fund, in this case, public realm upgrades in downtown Silver Spring. So now speaking to the proposal itself, as the chair mentioned at the top of the presentation, here we are looking at consolidating the two lots into a single lot. The application calls for the adaptive reuse of the historic Tasty Diner, its preservation at the lower left corner of the image that we see here, the southwest corner of the site. The proposed high-rise mixed-use building that is shown here will be a maximum of 550 square feet with up to 525 units with 15% MPDUs. Up to 25,000 square feet of non-residential density is proposed, and that's primarily for ground floor retail and service uses. Just talking about that downtown Silver Spring overlay zone density, this application is requesting to use up to 277,932 square feet of that DSS density. Overall building height as proposed is 300 feet, and it will include structured parking that will be internal to the building on levels 2 through 6. As shown on the images here, the proposed building generally consists of a tall, slender tower that rises from a slightly wider base that will occupy the majority of this generally narrow site. Again, the building is going to reach its maximum height proximate to Georgia Avenue and step down twice proximate to Ramsey Avenue. The building design includes a clear base, middle, and top, and utilizes a number of architectural techniques to break down the perceived mass of the building. The overall building concept and site design was reviewed by the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel twice last year, with the panel ultimately supporting the design concept and providing some specific direction for items to be addressed with a future site plan application. I should say here, those two images on the lower left-hand portion of the slide show the building in context to its surroundings as they exist today. Looking a little bit closer at these illustrative images, they're showing the corners of the building by the intersection of Georgia and Cameron. That's the image on the left side. And the image on the right side is an illustrative view of the building at the corner of Ramsey and Cameron. Both these corners of the building are going to be highly visible. At Georgia Avenue, the design has the tower coming down from its maximum height and grounding down into that corner area, so really pulling through and becoming a feature element. And over on by the intersection of Cameron and Ramsey, the Tasty Diner is stepping out from under the rest of the building, really to stand out as its own unique, charming feature for the property. So speaking about integrating the diner with the rest of the design, these images highlight how the diner is to be integrated with the redevelopment proposal. The two illustrative images here show the diner standing out in front of the new building and how the new building will backdrop behind it. A big part of the intent of this design is, again, to treat the diner as this unique, special, charming historic resource that is a standout feature on the site, and it should not be overwhelmed by the larger building behind it. These plans move the diner about 45 feet from its existing location to be closer to the intersection of Ramsey and Cameron, and it reorients it a little bit so that it's a little bit more perpendicular to the street. It also,
so the diner would be relocated again? They actually going to remove the diner?
So, yes, on the existing site. If you picture where it is today, it would shift again, a little bit closer. Let me see if I can show you with the mouse here.
Yeah, I was wondering that this relocated historic, does it mean that to be relocated again? Because I think they relocated it one time. time?
So the building was relocated from where the Discovery buildings are now, just up Georgia Avenue, to this location. There was the planning board previously approved that, I want to say back around 2000. And the diner has been there since. This move of the diner is a slight shift on the same property. So it's not going to be moved from this property, it's going to remain there, just be brought closer to the roadway and twisted a little bit, or adjusted a little bit
So
to
they
be
actually
parallel
gonna
to the
pick it
roadway.
up and relocate it? That's what I want to know. That's
I
exactly
believe
what they're
that
gonna do.
that is the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you. I read that, but I wasn't sure. That's a big job, and it's not really much talked about it. It's a big job to move that building again, I think.
Yeah, and I'll leave that for the applicant to speak to, what it will take to actually do that. So this design, the sketch plan design, was reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission at 2 of their preliminary consultation meetings in the summer and then again in the fall of 2023. And their discussions really focused on preservation and integration of the diner into this larger redevelopment proposal. Both the HPC and, as I mentioned before, the Design Advisory Panel were generally satisfied with this treatment for the diner, as well as the building design behind it, with certain elements to be further refined at site plan. So here, looking at the street level design, we have the ground floor plan of the proposed building. It's showing us that activating commercial and residential lobby uses are going to line most of the street frontage areas. Street trees, wider sidewalks are going to be provided on all frontages. And as just noted, the historic portion of the Tasty Diner will be prominently featured near the intersection of Ramsey and Cameron, and it will have some outdoor private plaza space around it. The green loop is being provided on Cameron Street in front of the site. The proposal will add separated bike lanes on both sides of Cameron Street between Georgia Avenue and Ramsey Street. And on its side, on the subject side of Cameron Street, it also will be providing street trees and the wider sidewalks and those other green loop elements.
So in this picture, there is no, the Tasty Diner sign is not there. So that's not historic, the sign by
So
itself.
the sign itself is not part of the historic structure, no.
Okay.
I also have a question. The parking entrance and exit are going to be on Ramsey Street where the townhomes are, not on Cameron Street?
That's correct, and that's something I'll talk about a little bit more right now. So great segue into the access and circulation slide. As Commissioner Bartley noted, the garage access and loading access is proposed on Ramsey Avenue, and that is across the street from the Cameron Hill townhouses. Looking here at the image as a whole, and I'll speak more to Mr. Bartley's point in a moment, pedestrian entrances for the retail portion of the building are planned for those key corners at Ramsey and Cameron, and the residential lobby will be in between those on Cameron. And these all contribute activating features along the Cameron Street Green Loop, as well as the Georgia Avenue frontage, and again, that corner of Ramsey. As Mr. Bartley pointed out, all vehicular and loading access is consolidated to Ramsey Avenue. The loading design does include 3 bays. 2 of them are going to be for box trucks, those SU-30 box trucks, and one is designed for, it's called WB67, your standard tractor-trailer truck. The ingress and egress ramp for the internal parking structure will be next to that, so under the blue trucks that we see here. So this image that we do see here is one of the truck turning movement diagrams that were reviewed with the preliminary plan. It does illustrate how a tractor-trailer can navigate in and out of the building's loading dock. So the building, as well as its Ramsey loading access, is being designed for that larger truck rather than just a box truck, which I think is more typical for the board to see. So this loading and parking access design was reviewed extensively by planning staff and by MCDOT and SHA. And as part of that review, other alternative access locations were looked at for loading and parking. This included looking at Georgia Avenue, various spots along Cameron Street, and even considered like a pull-through from Georgia Avenue to Ramsey or vice versa. I'm going to step back to this access slide for a minute because I think it shows this a little bit better. But Georgia Avenue was ruled out as an access point just because it is the road with the highest level of traffic in this area. And as you can see on the right side of the image here, the angles, the geometry, frankly, just doesn't work for turning trucks in and out of the site at that location safely. So Georgia Avenue was ruled out really as a potential access location for those reasons. Cameron Street was ruled out as the Tasty Diner location was not an option. That's also the widest portion of the site there. Cameron Street is also on the Green Loop. It serves as a key east-west connector through this part of downtown for vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. And as the Green Loop develops, the level of that traffic, pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicle, is expected to increase. So minimizing driveway and loading access points across bike paths, across the sidewalks along the Green Loop is something that the sector plan and our other guiding materials tell us to avoid. So looking at the sum of all of those elements that really directed us to Ramsey Avenue as being the street with the lowest volume of traffic that is coming down it. It has the fewest potential conflict points for bicycles, pedestrians, and other vehicles. And it was really, in this case, I think the location that was going to have the least amount of impacts on the public realm. Unfortunately, it is right across the street from the Cameron Hill townhouses. We did hear, we've heard a number of things from the folks about that, and they are here to speak more about their position with that too as well.
I just have I'm very familiar with this area. I lived downtown Silver Spring for quite a while, and my office is in downtown Silver Spring. And there's a side street right next to the Verizon building that connects with, I think, Ramsey Avenue.
Fiddler.
And I forgot the name of that.
Fiddler Lane.
Fiddler Lane, yeah. And so when you showed the size of the trucks that would be coming in and out, we're not talking 18-wheeler, are we?
We are.
Oh, we are, okay. Because, and then, and you may get to this, but are there going to be on times and off times for the 18-wheelers to access the building, taking in consideration the other residences that are there, not only the townhomes, but the residences that are on Fiddler Lane? And then that is a tight lane also, and making a right turn off Georgia onto Fiddler, and then making a right turn off Fiddler onto Ramsey. Cameron Street is a larger street, has more width than Ramsey and Fiddler. So I just find that entryway curious.
Yeah, and thank you for those thoughts and observations. So as part of the preliminary plan review for this, we did ask the applicant to look specifically because of the loading that they are looking to do for this building, the number of loading bays and the fact that they're bringing in a tractor trailer truck. So we asked them to look not only at how is a tractor trailer going to access the loading dock, move in and out of that safely, efficiently, and effectively, but how's it going to get there and how's it going to get out of there? And as part of the preliminary plan, part of the preliminary plan review, the applicant did do that. And we worked with MCDOT, SHA, and our transportation planners. And ultimately, a safe and efficient route was.
Safely, efficiently, and effectively. But how's it going to get there? And how's it going to get there? As part of the preliminary plan. Sorry, I'm not used to listening to an echo of myself. I apologize for the pause, but for all those reasons, that was studied as part of this process, and the applicant did do additional study above and beyond what would typically be asked for with this because of all those considerations that you pointed out.
How about the right turn from Colesville Road onto Ramsey Avenue? So Colesville Road, Ramsey intersects with Colesville Road also. And so that's a tight turning radius also.
It is.
And so it's really tricky. So everybody with an 18-wheeler is going to make it like a 3-point turn, kind of sort of. 5-point.
No.
Yeah. This is Katie Wagner with Grove Slate. Yes, we ran AutoTurn, the software that we use in AutoCAD that demonstrates the turning movements. And so we did test out that turning movement, and WB67s are able to make that turning movement onto Ramsey from Colesville.
Could you just say that what is the amount of the traffic and how noisy it is, and what is the consideration during the time that these trucks deliver? What is the frequency? Because these are big and noisy, and, you know.
So can I just say one, I appreciate the question. If it's okay, because I think that there's going to be a section on a lot of talk about transportation.
That's fine, as long as I get my answer.
You'll get your
Anytime.
answer. Okay, so.
Briefly.
Yeah, one.
Okay. I think that'd be good.
So what I think it would be best if we went through the whole presentation, and then I think some of the, there's going to be some public testimony about traffic and trucks, and then we can then get into this afterwards, if that's okay. But save your questions. We're going to make sure.
Doesn't
we answer all the
matter
questions.
when, as long as we
Yeah.
know what the answer is. I don't care when you respond, that's fine.
Yeah, and just to address those points, and it's actually very timely with this slide, one of the things that we did ask the applicant to do at this stage of review, which is typically something we wait for site plan to do, is to put together a loading management plan. So how are you going to operate this loading bay? You know, specifically looking into the type of considerations that, you know, you've all asked about. How many vehicles are coming? When are they coming? How are things going? How's it going to work? So that is something that they have started to put together, and that we do have a condition that we recommended for that to be finalized
Okay.
at site plan.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Of course. So staying on the topic of transportation, downtown Silver Spring, from a transportation for transportation planning purposes, is in a red policy area. This is in those areas. Traffic safety for all modes is really prioritized over review of traffic counts. We know downtown areas are busy and congested, and there is room for safety improvements to benefit all users of all modes of transit in those areas, and that's something that this proposal is incorporating. As part of the preliminary plan review, the local area transportation review concluded that based on the project's location and scope, it will need to construct approximately 13 priority projects to improve the local transportation network in the general vicinity of the site. The construction cost of these projects is about $3.4 million. And the projects would generally consist of removing substandard curb ramps, replacing them with ADA accessible ones, improving, expanding separated bike lanes, and improving protected intersections. The image on the screen here shows all the known transportation network deficiencies in this portion of downtown Silver Spring. So there is a lot of room for improvement, and again, this project is going to take a bite out of that and make a measurable contribution toward correcting those deficiencies and making downtown a safer and more comfortable place to drive, walk, and roll. As an optional method project in the CR zone, this project is required to provide at least 100 public benefit points in 4 categories. With the sketch plan, we're reviewing a conceptual public benefit package, which will be subject to finalization at the time of site plan. Here, the benefits plan for provision are expected to achieve the minimum 100 points at site plan in the categories of connectivity and mobility, diversity of uses and activities, quality building and site design, and protection and enhancement of the natural environment. Regarding community outreach, the applicant did complete the required public noticing, signposting, and hosting of a pre-submittal community meeting for the sketch and preliminary plan applications. And they also reported having additional meetings with the Cameron Hill Court Townhome residents.
Could I jump in with a quick question, and you may be getting to it. On the previous slide, historic preservation, resource protection is proposed as 10 points, and there's a maximum of 20, and we're literally protecting and moving a building. I'd like more information on that when we get to it. What would they have to do to get 20 points in that case?
I'll have to follow up with you on that in a moment.
Good.
Oh, it looks like we have our historic preservation staff maybe coming up to answer your question.
All right, cool.
Good afternoon, Dan Bruckert, Historic Preservation Staff. My answer is, I don't know. So we will do more research on that and get back to you with an answer.
Okay. I read through the staff report, looked into things. I find it interesting that literally protecting and moving an entire building that has no real intrinsic purpose to the final building itself. It is not a residential property. It's not that. You're literally protecting and moving an entire building on the site that you're maintaining it. If that's not 20 points, I'm concerned what 20 points would be.
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm speculating wildly, but I'm sure it goes back to the calculations in there, and there may be a deeper explanation
Yeah,
of that.
if there's a statutory or ordinance reason for it, that's one thing. If there's an estimate of how much effort's being put into it based on the requirements of the historic preservation, that's different calculation. And I just, that seems low on an initial look, is my question.
So again, I think at this point, we're just looking at the category, the code and the guidelines have specific formulas for how the points are allocated, and we don't have those right at our fingertips at the moment. But we'll certainly, I think by the time we get to site plan, be doing more work and have more detail at that time.
Yeah, I understand that. I just, meeting those public benefits, we're going through it with the growth and infrastructure policy right now on their expense and adjusting some of how we meet those things. And if our initial reaction is that you only get half of the potential maximum points for picking up and moving a building that is historic, I'm concerned that there's not a possibility to actually make it to 20 points, and what would that entail? And so if we've designated the historic, that's one thing. I'm curious about that, and I know we're not at site plan. I know we're not finalized. I'm saying that my initial look there is I'm curious as to how that we eyeball that as half of potentially the maximum number of points.
I do support that because I don't know. I agree with him.
Okay, duly noted, and I mean, you'll
Absolutely move on with that. I just,
okay.
It's something to keep an eye on.
Okay, you can keep going. Okay. Yeah. Like they get input. Please keep going. Please keep. Okay.
Good, okay. Thank you. So again, regarding community correspondence, we did receive quite a bit of correspondence on this case, including a number of letters of support, as listed here, from the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, United Therapeutics, the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and several residents. We also did receive letters and emails with concerns. Those were from the Montgomery Preservation Incorporated, the Art Deco Society of Washington, Cameron Hills Townhome HOA, and multiple residents of the Cameron Hill Townhomes. First, I do want to thank the neighbors and everyone who did submit their comments. Those are always welcome and appreciated. Regarding what we did hear, we provided a more detailed response in the staff report to comments that we received from primarily the Cameron Hills neighbors earlier on in the process. But summing those up, the concerns that were presented to us really had to do with scale of the building, transportation analysis in the LATR review, and then parking and loading arrangement. Our response to those is more detailed in the staff report, but is summarized here. Generally, the scale of the building is consistent with the sector plan vision and the design guidelines for Stutch. The design is supported by the DAP as well as the HPC, and it will be further refined at the time of site plan, so we know that we are not done looking at it. Regarding transportation analysis in the LATR review, they do recognize that, yes, the project will increase bike, pedestrian, and vehicle trips in downtown, but it is also providing the requisite local transportation infrastructure improvements, again, to the tune of about $3.4 million. Loading and parking access, again, we extensively reviewed that, both with the applicant, MCDOT, SHA, and planning staff, and that analysis did determine Ramsey Avenue to be the most suitable site frontage for safe vehicular ingress and egress, as well as loading operations. Rounding out things with the presentation here, I do have one correction that I'd like to offer up. This is to preliminary plan condition number 1, where we added 1 extra 0 by mistake to the square footage of non-residential density. So 1 correction. And then overall, staff is pleased to recommend approval with conditions of both these applications, as we believe that they satisfy the zoning ordinances and subdivision regulations as applicable, and substantially conform with the 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. With that, I am happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bossi, for your presentation. We're going to take public testimony. We will start with our in-person folks that signed up. Individuals have 3 minutes, groups have 6 minutes, and we'll start with, Lee Turcotte, Tony Byrne, Catherine Fritzwater, Deborah Chalfie, and Lyra Gallagher. Okay, there.
I'm sorry, he's on Teams.
I'm sorry. Oh, which? Oh, he's on Teams. Okay. Catherine. Oh, Tony. Okay, so Tony Burns on Teams. So we'll take Kathleen Lanigan. Is Kathleen here? Oh, yeah. Why don't you come on up, please? All right. Why don't we get going with Lee Turcotte? Welcome, and we always appreciate people who come and either provide written or personal testimony, so thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lee Turcotte. I've lived in Cameron Hill Court for 7 years, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Cameron Hill Owners Association, which is responsible for the 57 townhomes in Cameron Hill Court across Ramsey Avenue facing the proposed project. The association has authorized the substance of my testimony today. The Cameron Hill Owners Association is strenuously opposed to the proposal in its present form. We are especially concerned because our safety, quality of life, and property values are most directly at stake, but we are not simply aggrieved homeowners. Our concerns are reflected by those of many other stakeholders who have reviewed this proposal over the past year. Our first major concern is that Ramsey Avenue, which is currently a peaceful residential street, will be turned into a service alley supporting the tallest building in Silver Spring. There is no precedent that we know of in Silver Spring for what is being proposed on Ramsey. Our written comments describe our concerns about Ramsey in detail, but suffice it to say, we know from lived experience that Ramsey Avenue is too small to accommodate the requirements of this proposal. Last month, in the review comments, the Department of Transportation staff reiterated some concerns about tractor-trailer turning movements and how they should be clear of sidewalks for pedestrian safety. I think that was with respect to the turning movement diagram that Mr. Bossi showed for Ramsey Avenue. The fuller picture of that is that on the other side of these sidewalks are front doors and basement windows of our townhomes. We're talking about tractor-trailers backing within feet of townhomes every day. This is unacceptable, and again, as far as we know, unprecedented in Silver Spring. We request that the scope of this proposal be scaled down to exclude tractor-trailer deliveries and requirements from the loading dock. I'll also add here that we're not reassured by what's stated in the loading management plan. There are aspects of that, again, in our letter, where those tractor-trailers have to actually extend into Cameron Street just to position themselves to back into Ramsey in the loading docks. So there are implications off of Ramsey with this load plan. But the Department of Transportation also appears to share our concern that the proposal underestimates commercial and passenger vehicle traffic on Ramsey. We would request that any future iteration of this plan comes with clear estimates by vehicle type and frequency, and that these estimates would also account for gig economy deliveries, which are already a significant issue for traffic on Ramsey, which you could see in Figure 1 of the letter we submitted as written comments. Our second major concern is that the most severe consequences of this proposal fall inequitably and unreasonably onto Ramsey Avenue and Cameron Hill Court. The applicant consistently overstates the benefits elsewhere while minimizing, evading, and dismissing the consequences off of Cameron Street. They don't meaningfully engage with these concerns, we suspect in part because our block is in a red policy area that doesn't require a motor vehicle adequacy transportation study. This policy gap does a disservice to our community. The Community Plan Design Guidelines for Downtown North and the Design Advisory Panel both recognize the unique nature of our community as a part of downtown. Our presence is a residential oasis in an urban area warrants additional scrutiny through a thorough and a credible motor vehicle study of the impacts. And we do understand that development involves compromises and trade-offs, but this proposal reflects neither of those. And instead, it concentrates all the consequences on Ramsey Avenue and several key intersections nearby, especially 2nd and Spring, which is in front of the Goddard School. We cannot support this proposal unless the costs and benefits are better and more fairly assessed and balanced. Our third major concern is that the proposal is not remotely architecturally compatible with the surrounding blocks, especially our own. The Design Advisory Panel last year described this proposal by saying, quote, "No building within downtown Silver Spring will have more impact on the shape of the city skyline from afar than this new tower," end quote. You can't square this circle architecturally. There's no way to reconcile our townhouses with the scale of the proposal. A building that is going to reshape a city skyline is plainly incompatible with residential homes across the street. Last July, the panel's feedback to the applicant was to, quote, "Consider the townhomes as an asset that will remain in the downtown long term. Do not assume they will be redeveloped and therefore ignore them," end quote. The clear pattern of the applicant since then has been to ignore our townhomes. The architectural aspects of this proposal are all framed in the context of future redevelopment in the 300-foot zoning of our block, not the present scale and nature of our community. Of note here, it's particularly distressing that by October of last year, the Design Advisory Panel was citing the applicant's assertion that, quote, "The townhome community is excited and about more people and activity on the street," end quote. This profoundly misrepresents and misunderstands our position. We're not opposed to neighboring development, and we look forward to not having vacant buildings next door. But we are opposed to a maximalist design that is starkly incompatible for a multitude of reasons with our community. We unequivocally reject any suggestion that we support turning Ramsey Avenue into a service alley for the tallest building in the city. We request that the scale of this building and all of the implications of its loading docks, especially for Ramsey Avenue, be minimized and reduced to preserve the livability, value, and character for our neighborhood. Fortunately, though, you do already have the solution to our concerns, some of which were presented by Mr. Bossy earlier. I think it was slide 8 with the vision for the future of the redevelopment of the parking garage. Those guidelines, that vision in the design guidelines proposes a thoughtful and compelling plan that we fully support for downtown North. Stick to that plan. Don't let it be overtaken by this proposal. Functions like grocery stores are far better suited west of Cameron Street as part of that future redevelopment of the parking garage. By adhering to that plan, you can mitigate the undesirable consequences of excessive development while preserving a positive vision for Silver Spring.
Yeah.
This approach would create a safer, more dynamic, and more livable environment for all residents, and it would balance progress while preserving our area's unique character. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Deborah Chalfie. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Harris and members of the Planning Board. I'm Debbie Chalfie. I'm the Preservation Chair of the Art Deco Society of Washington. We appreciate the opportunity to share our views on the 8676 George Avenue project and its impact on the historic Tasty Diner. The Art Deco Society is a nonprofit membership organization covering the entire Washington, D.C. area. And a key part of our mission is to celebrate and preserve the architecture of the Art Deco era and adjacent modern movements of the 20th century. ADSW was deeply involved in the efforts that led to the master plan designation of the Tasty Diner in 1994, as well as in the designation of the Silver Theater and the Silver Spring Shopping Center. Manufactured to look like a railroad dining car, the Tasty Diner's design and materials epitomize streamlined, modern, machine-age styling of the period between the two world wars. You already know what the new owner, Roadside Development, is proposing, a 30-story residential mixed-use high-rise on the combined parcel that now encompasses the Capital One Bank and Tasty Diner. It proposes to preserve and restore the exterior, 3 sides of the historic railcar portion of the diner, and to attach it at the back to the new construction at the corner of Cameron and Ramsey. ADSW appreciates that the applicant is proposing to preserve, restore, and reuse the structure. They have committed to restoring the building's enameled panels on 3 sides, its wraparound windows, and the stainless steel canopy and detailing on the facade. This restoration will also extend the roof and reconstruct the diner's west wall facing Ramsey, so as to recapture the diner's original shape and give it a more independent profile looking at it from that direction. ADSW supports all those measures, and we look forward to the building's adaptive reuse, hopefully as another eating or drinking establishment. In proposing the relocation and restoration of the Tasty Diner, the applicant stated that although the historic Tasty Diner will be connected to the first floor of the project, it will read as an independent building and stand proud of the project, with no construction immediately above it. The architecture of the project will be specifically designed to not compete with the historic Tasty Diner. ADSW also wholeheartedly embraces this objective. And since their original proposal in July of 2023, the applicant made several improvements in response to feedback to help ensure that the diner building retains an independent profile given the high-rise looming over it. The proposal now situates the diner further out and away from the new building, bringing it mostly out from underneath the overhanging parking garage and angling the diner so as to be parallel to Cameron. We agree with all these improvements. Nevertheless, the proposal still does not achieve the objective of designing the new building so as not to compete with the diner car. The overhanging parking garage is still a substantial problem. The diner car may no longer technically be underneath that overhang, but the problem is it certainly appears that way. Take a look at figures 10 and 11 on pages 20 and 21 of the proposal. Those ground level renderings of the diner, and let's be clear, ground level is the location at which pedestrians, drivers, and neighbors will view the diner. They still show the diner being overshadowed by the parking garage portion of the new building overhead, making it look like the diner car is still tucked into a recessed corner of the new tower. This is not just ADSW's view. It's also the view of the Historic Preservation Committee and the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel, as cited in our written statement. The HPC said the new construction requires further refinement to ensure the proposed tower does not appear to loom over the small historic building. The DAP said the proposed design for the parking podium base above the ground floor slopes outward over the diner, and they'd like to see a facade design that does not overpower the tiny diner on the ground floor. The applicant has maintained that the diner cannot be pulled out any further from the new building. As a result, changes to and redesign of the parking garage portion are the only option. For example, the parking garage portion of the new building that backs the historic diner could be made smaller and set back further from the diner car. Zoning aside, the proposed building is much too big and tall for the site and what surrounds it. The planning board should also take notice of the impact the proposal will have on other potential historic resources identified in the downtown and adjacent communities plan as candidates for National Register listing. If, however, the planning board is inclined to approve this proposal, it should do so only under the required condition that the parking garage still looming over the diner be further set back and redesigned in order to do what everyone agrees they say they want to do, to preserve, restore, and enhance the independent presentation of the historic Tasty Diner so that it remains a treasured county historic asset for decades to come. We did not see a condition like that specified in the staff recommendation, so we urge you to include that condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chalfie. Next is, I missed Catherine Fitzwater. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kara Fitzwater, and I'm a realtor and a resident of Cameron Hill. Cameron Hill has exemplified a safe, established, and highly regarded community in the heart of a growing downtown area for the past 25 years. The county and developer should view our townhomes for what it is, an asset and long-term neighbors that should be cared for. During our last meeting with the planning department, they indicated that a traffic study was not needed since Ramsey Avenue falls within the red zone and that the loading dock is viable per the developer's theorized loading strategy. I believe that this is a massive oversight as Cameron Hill Court is our only entrance into and out of the community and is 100% residential. As you can see in the image shown, we currently experience traffic congestion due to illegal double parking and standing cars on the intersection of Ramsey Avenue on a daily basis. What you are looking at is not only a safety issue as a driver, but also as a pedestrian. The added pressures from the building's future residents, their guests, grocery store shoppers, and large loading trucks will only further exacerbate this logistical and safety issue. Because this is slated to be downtown Silver Spring's tallest building, it will have 525 units. That's over 1,000 new residents and over 450 new vehicles entering and exiting the building's garage and adding to the congestion in front of our entrance. This does not even factor new resident moving trucks and the grocery store's vehicular and pedestrian traffic. When we proposed moving the garage and loading dock to Cameron Street, we were told that the Green Loop bike lane took priority and precedence. The county has taken great measures to protect the safety of pedestrians and to reduce vehicular crashes, but I think the idea of keeping Cameron Street a long, uninterrupted street for the Green Loop is short-sighted given the safety issues on Ramsey. This loop can be placed on the other side of Cameron Street or placed on a different street altogether. There is currently a bike lane on Cameron that has had no incidents. In addition to safety and logistical issues I've outlined, I'm concerned about the property values of our community. Having a loading dock face our properties is akin to buying a property next to a large warehouse, both of which are unsightly and detract from the visual appeal of this 25-year-old neighborhood. This will make our residential community less appealing to potential home buyers due to its industrial nature. I'd also like to refer to a direct quote from the planning department to the developer, which can be found in attachment E. It states, "The base along Ramsey Avenue does not sufficiently address the townhomes. It is too high and it does not step down enough." End quote. This direction provided by the planning department has not been addressed by the developer, which further validates our concerns. The building and proposed step down is incongruent with the residential integrity of our community. I understand that the county has a goal for downtown Silver Spring and the developer has a goal for the land they purchased. Cameron Hill does not want to stop anyone from achieving their goals, but I believe there is a clear and obvious way to achieve all three goals without severely impacting our safety, quality of life, and property values. I implore the developer and planning board to look at other options for the loading dock and garage deck, even if that means spending more money in excavating for a pull-through or placing the loading dock on Cameron Street. If the planning board does not protect us from the commercial development that clearly has not made any significant changes to their sketch plans, the property values of the townhomes on Ramsey Avenue will inevitably go down. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next will be Lyra Gallagher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this proposal. I am a resident of Cameron Hill and have lived there since 2019, and I've been a resident of Montgomery County for 25 plus years. I'd like to focus my remarks on two major concerns: the height of the building and the location of the driveways for the loading dock and the garage. In my opinion, 30 stories is unnecessarily tall, and it's been mentioned that this would be the tallest building in Silver Spring, but a brief search on the internet shows that it would be the tallest building in Maryland outside of Baltimore. And it would cast a huge shadow, literally and figuratively, over our community. Secondly, the locating of the driveways on a narrow street, as Kara said, across from the only ingress and egress to our community would cause a major inconvenience and impact our quality of life and property values. In reading the developer's rationalization for locating the driveways on Ramsey Avenue, it seems like they've considered everybody else's equities, the Georgia Avenue motorists, bikers, parkers, aesthetics, but there's little, if any, consideration for the impact on the quality of life and property values of the residents of Cameron Hill community, some of whom who have lived there for 20 plus years. If the county wants to attract and keep residents in the downtown Silver Spring area and encourage walkable communities, in my opinion, you should want to encourage the retention of a thriving and attractive community of quality townhomes with mature trees like Cameron Hill Court. I would request that if the board approves the proposal, that you require the developer to lower the height of the building and relocate the driveways to the loading dock and the garage to Cameron Street, which would be better able to handle this traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have, who has not spoke? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You wanted to announce your name, please?
Kathleen Lanigan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this proposed development. My name is Kathleen Lanigan, and I'm the owner of the townhouse at 8714 Ramsey Avenue. And I would like to register my objections to the proposed development plan under consideration. I'm native to Silver Spring. I grew up here and have lived in Silver Spring for most of my life. We bought our school uniforms from the JCPenney store, currently the site of the Fillmore. We shopped at Hex and Greens 5 and 10, and it was a special treat to get ice cream from Giffords. I purchased the townhome on Ramsey Avenue 24 years ago, and I'm the original owner. At that time, downtown Silver Spring was a blighted area with a dying commercial center. I chose to invest in Silver Spring by purchasing a townhome here to support the resurgence of commercial and residential life in the downtown area. So I recognize that new development is key to the survival of an area like downtown Silver Spring. What I object to is the scope of the proposed development and the wholly inappropriate use of Ramsey Avenue to meet all of the transportation and delivery needs of this oversized development. Specifically, as others have mentioned, the 10-story height directly across from the townhouses is 3.5 times the size, the height of the townhouses, with a 30-story tower beyond, which is 10 times the height of the existing townhouses. I bought my townhouse in this location because there was a designated master plan property across the street with low-rise development, which I was assured would remain, and there would not be a high-rise building across from it. So actually, what I would ask that you all do, I know that you have probably been to the site many times. I would ask you and your staff to go out there one more time, stand in front of my townhouse, which is 8714 Ramsey, look across the street and envision a 10-story parking garage, look beyond it and envision a 30-story apartment building, and then visit for a little bit longer, look up and down Ramsey Avenue, and imagine 18-wheelers trying to position themselves by making a 90-degree turn, which we know they can't make, certainly not on a 54-foot road, into a loading dock, backing up into it. It's going to be a 3-point, a 6-point, Lord knows how many point turns. They're going to be jumping the curb. Certainly possible they're going to be running into the front of our townhouses, and we all know that that's a possibility. Anyway, I'm just asking that you give yourself that actual visual by going out there before you make any decision. And my request is that you modify the height of the building and also consider Cameron Avenue for the transportation access to the building. There are no residential buildings at that point on Cameron. There's a parking lot and a couple of commercial buildings which actually face the other way. So the impact, would be much less. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We have one more in person. Mike English is.
Let's pull out my notes here. One sec. Thank you. My name is Mike English. I think most of you are familiar with me and the various hats I wear, including, I only mentioned this as it was a topic of some interest at an early hearing. I am a member of the Montgomery for All Steering Committee, but I am speaking only in my own capacity today. I did submit written comments, I'll refer you to those. Frankly, I plan to deviate almost entirely from them to reply to a lot of what I've heard from other commentators. Speaking respectfully but bluntly, I'm hearing a lot of obliviousness to privilege here from people objecting to this. I took the liberty of looking up the home values of the area in question while hearing people concerned about home value depreciation. Suffice to say, anyone who bought 24 years ago is swimming in hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity and will be able to absorb a property value hit should it come to pass, which I do not believe it will. Speaking more broadly, there's some talk of things being out of scale, out of fit. I am not saying that there's no concessions that can be made. I'm saying that I go to a lot of hearings. I spend a lot of time in tenant advocacy and housing advocacy, and I've never seen a concession actually satisfy the concern. Some speakers spoke bluntly to the fact that any skyscraper, any tall building that doesn't fit in with the skyline is not going to be acceptable. People talk about assurances that multifamily would not be built. That is simply not how this works. We live in a society. We live in places where it is not the county's job to guarantee, and I say this as a downtown Silver Spring homeowner myself, it is not the county's job to guarantee that our home values appreciate. For various reasons, I bought my condo about 5 years ago. Mine's been about flat. That's fine. That's part of the idea of condos and townhomes, appreciate somewhat slower than single-family homes. It's one of the things that make them more affordable. People talked about asking the planning board to keep in mind, to go there and picture a multifamily building across the street. I would ask people objecting to it to picture, one of my best friends moved to Pittsburgh 4 years ago because they were priced out of the area. 2 more of my best friends are moving to Prince George's County in 2 months because they are being priced out of the area. I speak to tenants all the time who are in old buildings in bad condition because they do not have alternatives to go. The county has housing targets it is not meeting. The master plan calls for this here. The Silver Spring plan calls for this here. There is no satisfying these concerns. We need housing desperately. The developer is making all sorts of concessions on loading, ramps, preserving the building, and I think we've seen a lot of examples here of partial concessions being viewed as a lack of significant fealty, and that no increased concession will be enough. I think that makes my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. English. We'll now go to our team's presentations. We'll start with Tony Byrne, and then Stephanie Helsing, and then William Lewis, Rohit Rahawat, and then Rachel Alexander. So Tony Byrne, are you available?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Harris and members of the Planning Board. Tony Byrne, live and work in Silver Spring. I'm speaking in favor of this plan as it is proposed. There's really kind of 2 dimensions to my testimony today. One is conceptual and then a little bit longer on the personal dimension. At a conceptual level, I just want to remind everyone that this is the outcome of something many people, including the Planning Department and Planning Board, have been working for a long time, a more vibrant, dense, walkable, and amenity-rich downtown Silver Spring with a significant number of MPDUs in the mix and the additional revenue to upgrade walkability, bikeability, everything else. This is the win-win that planners imagined when they conceived Thrive, when we increased the height limits. And so, this is really kind of a gift horse, in my opinion, staring us in the mouth. But now on the personal dimension, with my company, I've been renting office space in downtown North for the past 7 years on Georgia Avenue between Fenwick and Cameron, so I'm a block away from this development. This is a great neighborhood, by the way, and I've gotten to know many of the shopkeepers and residents. From a commercial standpoint, it's been under some stress due to lower office space occupancy, mostly, that has not totally recovered since the pandemic. These residential units at this scale are really going to help create substantially more demand for current and future businesses. Ideally, we would have approved and built this 5 years ago, but that's in the past. Here we are today. Selfishly, I'm going to be hiring an additional person in my office later this year. And I'd like to point out all the nice sort of walkable amenities now and pending in the future. And I'm sure other office tenants are in the same boat. So it's going to make the offices around here also more attractive and just generally lead to more vibrancy, which is great for me, but also great for the larger community. Which brings me to the grocery store that's envisioned, and I'm going to guess that it's the grocery store that's what's driving the big rig trucks here. As you probably know, this community today is a grocery desert. And so leaving aside all the residents who deserve a walkable grocery store, I'll just say personally, I typically like to walk to work or maybe bike to work. The exception is the 2 to 3 days that I have to drive to work because I have to go to the grocery store. But going to the grocery store means going to the other side of Georgia and Colesville. And I'm not the only one here. So with the grocer right across the street, I could walk to work 5 days a week, leave my car at home, pick up what I need on 3 or 4, and be on my way, which means less traffic in the long run. So on the net, this is really a huge benefit. And I'm here again today because it feels rare that we have a gift horse like this. So I strongly urge you to approve this plan, undiluted, with the alacrity that it deserves. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. We'll now go to Stephanie Helsing.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. For the record, my name is Stephanie Helsing, and I am the President and CEO of the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, and we are located right across the street from this project. First, I want to state that the Chamber is very excited about the proposed redevelopment of the space at 8676 Georgia Avenue. This will allow for the construction of a new mixed-use development that includes the entirety of the historic Tasty Diner and Capital Bank lot. Second, we look forward to the reactivation that will occur with the new restaurant, proposed grocer, and other retail, where there is currently the empty bank building, surface parking lot, and diner. The mission of the Silver Spring Chamber is to widen opportunities by growing jobs and businesses, as well as housing to increase prosperity for all of the residents. And this type of development is exactly what Silver Spring needs to make this happen. It provides the economic development piece and the residential that is desperately needed. Working with companies like Roadside with a reputation for excellence and quality, as seen by their local developments like City Ridge and O in DC, will help jumpstart the local economy in Silver Spring with new retail people can walk to in a highly supported, inclusive, and diverse environment that will also help revitalize our downtown, as well as provide much needed housing, including MPDUs. This redevelopment fits into the Silver Spring sector plan and helps achieve the county's goals of growing our employment base in an equity focus area, which is a geographic area that merits increasing focus for economic opportunity. As one of the county's equity focus areas, this project benefits Silver Spring by bringing in that new retail I mentioned, by bringing in hospitality businesses and jobs, and residents to call Silver Spring home, all with a proximity to the metro and the uninterrupted green loop, bike lane, and pedestrian environment that they are going to create along Cameron Street. The Chamber also appreciates that the Georgia Avenue is planned for the retail access to help activate the frontage there and see this project as a catalyst for further development and reinvestment in the area. In closing, the Chamber wholeheartedly supports the redevelopment of 8676 Georgia Avenue, and we think that this thoughtful mixed-use space will enhance the immediate area and spur increased reinvestment in Silver Spring. Obviously, should anybody have any additional questions, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to seeing this project come to fruition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And next is William Lewis. Mr. Lewis, are you available? Why don't we, until you show up, why don't we go with Mr. Rohit Rawat? We can't hear you. Take yourself off mute, please.
Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Rohit Rawat. I'm a resident of Cameron Hill, living directly across from this proposed development on Ramsey Avenue. I want to echo some of the main concerns outlined by the Cameron Hill Owner Association letter and some of my fellow residents who are present in the room. So the current plan proposed to route all the utility access parking entrance via Ramsey Avenue. Ramsey Avenue is a pretty narrow street that cannot handle increased traffic, commercial vehicle. A loading dock in such close proximity to our home will lead to constant noise from the delivery truck, as well as increased air pollution from idling vehicle. We already have experience, from the two restaurants on Ramsey Avenue to when there is a lot of traffic, and any additional of this big development will just going to make it worse. Secondly, we will be sacrificing a great deal to do this project. The project noise pollution will degrade our quality of life. The transformation of Ramsey Avenue into Service Alley will not only affect the 6 townhomes directly facing the street, but will also impact 57 townhomes in our community. Again, I'm not opposed to the development. I urge community to relocate the resident parking garage entrance and loading docks to the Cameron Street. I trust the community will prioritize the well-being of the current resident alongside the future development goals. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for testifying. Next is Rachel Alexander, followed by Regine Marassi.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and board members. My name is Rachel Alexander, and I am a resident and homeowner in the Cameron Hill community, living at 1301 Cameron Hill Court for the last 6 years. I chose to live in downtown Silver Spring because of its diversity and successful integration of all kinds of people, communities, and living structures. And the Cameron Hill townhomes were a hallmark of that successful integration, with neighboring high-rise apartments, commercial businesses, and county government buildings. I closely watched the housing market for well over a year before being able to successfully secure my current home at 1301, and I have been an excited and enthusiastic supporter of the growth plan for 8676 Georgia Ave until I saw that my community would bear a disproportionate, dangerous, and significantly deleterious impact of this new development. With all due respect, the diner has been given more priority and protection than the homes of 57 taxpayers and homeowners. The proposed development at 8676 Georgia Ave is a stark and jarring departure from the harmonious integration that is a hallmark of both downtown Silver Spring and our little corner of it. As noted in the letter from our homeowners association, there is no comparable example in downtown Silver Spring of loading docks in such a proximity to street level homes. It bears noting that these townhouses often attract young families with small children who will be walking on the same sidewalks that are competing with tractor trailers backing up and into rather narrow dock areas. It is a dangerous, insensitive, and offensive design that would transform Ramsey Avenue into a noisy, odorous, unsafe, and unlivable service alley. As laid out in the Cameron Hill Homeowners Association letter to the Planning Department, we urge the board to apply the same level of care and thoughtfulness to development of our community as you have shown elsewhere in downtown Silver Spring. Specifically, I urge this board to relocate and/or redesign the loading docks to mitigate the impacts on Ramsey Ave and Cameron Hill Court, apply a commercial vehicle design limit to exclude tractor-trailer-sized trucks, relocate the residential parking garage entrance to Cameron Street, which is a significantly wider street where all other parking garage entrances are located. Thank you for your careful and thoughtful attention to our county and our community and to the services you provide to us all.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Next is it Regine Marise? Patrick Kearney, and then Carrie Kasicki.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Kearney. I'm a resident at 8716 Ramsey Avenue, which is directly across the street from the Tasty Diner. I join my colleagues, my neighbors, with their arguments. The developer's argument for putting in a 30-story building for maximum density is that they can check off all the boxes. The only problem is they're checking off all the boxes at the cost of, in particular, myself and my 5 neighbors, only because they can't seem to get a truck in any other place. And the problem is they're giving more entitlement to the green loop than they are to people who actually live there. Mr. Bossy said putting the Tasty Diner there was going to be unique and charming. And it's certainly going to be unique to have a loading dock and space for 300 cars coming in and out across the street from my building, but there's nothing to particularly charming about it. Townhomes facing the loading docks are going to have trucks going, maybe at specific hours of the big rigs, but there's going to be 30-foot trucks, UPS, Amazon at all hours, movers, people coming in and out, taking into account if they're going to have something akin to a Trader Joe's, look at the kind of traffic that the Wayne Avenue Whole Foods generates and looks at the kind of traffic that the White Oak Trader Joe's generates. Ramsey Avenue is a 54-foot wide street. It is the narrowest street in the CBD, Type B, bar none. There aren't any that narrow. It doesn't even tie for it. No other townhouse community has this kind of limitation. The 2023 design guidelines that were approved for heights for the new First Street extension has a much deeper setback and a lower height to keep the mass down to protect my Cameron Street neighbors. Eastern Avenue at 3.4.3 of the 2023 has a 20-foot setback from a much wider street to protect the DC residents. The failure to put in the same kind of protection for us across 54th Street, 54 feet, where there's going to be a 10-foot building is arbitrary and capricious. There's already guidelines that protect our neighbors and non-resident neighbors. It's fine to develop around us, but there has to be some consideration for the residents. 25 years ago, EYA was given the ability to build these, even though there was greater density. There's an implicit covenant not to ruin the residential nature. The planning board should deny the sketch plan because it violates Rule 1.3 of the 2023 design guidelines because it is not compatible with the scale of the immediate surrounding context. Further, in my opinion, after 40 years of trial litigation in real estate and having to deal with opinions, I know it will ruin the quality of life and it will significantly reduce the value of my house. And that's not 26 years. It's only been a few years in the making.
You're breaking up, Mr. Oh, you're muted. Take 15 more seconds, sir, and you can close up, please.
Thank you, sir. This is the value and quality of life around us is going to be harmed, and it's not something theoretical, it's something real. I urge the board to follow my neighbor's assertions about moving things. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. And next is Carrie Kosicki.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Kosicki. I'm the Montgomery Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we're the leading organization in the DC region advocating for walkable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for our region to grow and provide opportunities for everyone. So I live in downtown Silver Spring. I absolutely love it here. I think it's a really great place to live, and frankly, I would love for more people to be able to live here and enjoy everything that it has to offer. I would love for there to be wider sidewalks in downtown Silver Spring and a more connected bike network, including the Green Loop that we've heard about on Cameron, which is a place that I would certainly take more bike trips if that were a connected part of our safe bike network in Silver Spring. It's a place that I often walk through. And just a kind of point of personal privilege here, I'm actually thinking quite a lot about bike lanes today because a doctor at the hospital in Philadelphia where my cousin's teenage son was being treated was killed in on her bike in Philadelphia. So I'm thinking quite a lot about the need for protected bike lanes today. And that is certainly something that I think we've heard some people question whether there's a value of having, bike lanes relative to the parking access and kind of peace and quiet of some of the adjacent residents. And I just want to kind of make a very strong point that I think for reasons like what I just described, it's quite important to have bike lanes, even if there hasn't been an incident on Cameron yet, before something like that happens. And I would also really like to see underused spaces in downtown Silver Spring, which, like I said, is a place I love a lot. Reused, places that are underused, reused in some of the most sustainable locations our county has near transit. Putting housing in these locations makes it more accessible to people of different ages, incomes, and abilities who may not own a car or be able to drive a car. And so when we look at, especially the vacant bank space and the surface parking lot that will be turned into housing, I think that's like a really incredible use that will make our community better. I think with regard to some of the concerns about historic preservation, that seems a little bit moot to me. The diner is being preserved. And I think the job of the planning board is really to consider what is going to help the community grow and thrive, what is going to make it an inclusive and sustainable place. I'm, a little bit perplexed and concerned about the concern over the height of the building. I think there's been a lot said about the building being 30 stories tall. And I really just want to make the strong point that this building is going to add up to 525 additional homes in downtown Silver Spring, in, like I said, a transit accessible location, which makes it better for the environment and more inclusive to all kinds of people. Those 30 stories and those 525 additional homes are going to be places where people live. It's not going to be a 30-story decorative building or like a statue or a monument to anything. Those are going to be homes where people live. And those people who are going to live in those future homes have just as much a right to be part of our community and a right to live in downtown Silver Spring as their neighbors in the townhomes do. I think it's really important to remember that. So, frankly, I think this project is a clear win. It's going to make much better use of these spaces in a really transit accessible, really great location. I think people like living here for a reason, and I agree with my neighbors in Silver Spring in the townhomes who think this is a really great place to live. It is. So I'm looking forward to seeing more housing on this site, more retail in this community to serve the residents and the lots of people who come through in all of the adjacent bus stops, transit centers, the future Purple Line stations. And I would really encourage you to support this plan. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Kosicki. Our last person is Dave Methvin. Dave, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I'm Dave Methvin. I'm a resident of Cameron Hill. And in this design, my primary concern is with the loading dock, which has been discussed already. It seems very unlikely that the loading dock will function the way the applicant anticipates. In previous correspondence, I provided photographs of how deliveries work with similar buildings. And in the interest of time, I'll refer you to that letter rather than showing the photos here. But I think those do a very good job of describing those real life issues with traffic around a high-rise development. And I experienced those firsthand as a 2-year resident of 8250 Georgia Avenue. First, let's do a rough tally of trips to this building. I checked with the receptionist at 8250 Georgia to get some estimates. There's going to be a daily trash pickup, perhaps a daily tractor trailer delivery to the grocery, 2 or 3 other trucks delivering to the first floor retail, roughly 8 package delivery trucks. That may seem high, but you've got every brand, plus FedEx has both ground and express. And then there's going to be delivery of food by services like DoorDash. If all of these trips, say about 15 daily at least, are done via that loading dock facing Ramsey, those vehicles are going to be coming in and out of that loading dock regularly and blocking access to Cameron Hill and even to the building's own parking entrance and exit, because those trucks are going to have to maneuver into the loading dock from that narrow street. My earlier letter proposed moving the loading dock to Cameron. That would eliminate contention with the building's parking entrance, but it faced some concerns about interference with pedestrian and bikes. To eliminate that interference, the design could instead use a 2-way bike lane on the north side of Cameron next to the parking garage. That would completely eliminate any interference with this building. And it would also make it easier for trucks to cross that space because they wouldn't be contending with bikes. This seems like it would be a win-win for everyone. Finally, the developer's recent reply said, in the applicant's experience, this design detail incentivizes trucks to use the loading docks as a matter of convenience. If that's the case, I would like to see some of these buildings that use an approach like this that works, because I have never seen trucks like FedEx actually use a loading dock. You can look around all of Silver Spring. They stop in front of the building and go into the resident entrance. And I want to know, if there is a problem, who do we hold accountable? If we build it as designed here, what do we do? How do we remediate this problem after it's built? I think it's going to be very difficult, and that's something the planning board should consider. Thank you for.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. So we had one more person, Bennett Miller, wasn't able to be here, but he sent some testimony to the board that the board has seen. So, so I think that's all of our people providing testimony. We have a client here. Would the client like to give a presentation? And at the same time, if you have additional testimony, well, to address some of the questions, concerns of the community, that would be great. So, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Stacy Silber with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. I'm pleased to be here today representing Roadside Development, the applicant for the preliminary plan and sketch plan that's before you. We're also here representing their partner, the Wilkes Companies. With me here today are Brian Corcoran, Will Eichler, and Jeff Edelstein. Jeff is joining us virtually. Also, we have Pat LeVay, an engineer with MHG, Bill Bonstra, Daniel Seidman, and Ronnie Muzahid from Bonstra Harrison Architects, Brian Bolin from Parker Rodriguez, Landscape Architects, Katie Wagner and Maribel Donahue of Grove Slade, who are traffic engineers. And then we also have architectural historian Andy Adams and, of course, my colleague Liz Rogers. I want to take a moment to just say thank you to the staff for all of their efforts and hard work in this application. With particular thanks to Adam Bossi, Katie Mencarini, Stephanie Dickel, Elzo Heisel McCoy, Paul Mortensen, Atul Sharma, and Historic Preservation staff, Rebecca Ballo and Dan Bruckert. We also thank DOT and DPS in their extensive review of LATR offsite improvements and access considerations, as you've been hearing today. Roadside has had 6 community meetings, and we very much appreciate the input that we received from the project's neighbors and others. While we were not able to incorporate every requested change due to the constrained nature of this site, many requirements regarding improving Cameron Street and preserving and placing the historic Tasty Diner car prominently on Cameron Street includes those recommendations that we've received from planning staff, the design advisory panel, and the HPC. We appreciate the Silver Spring residents who have expressed their support for the project through letters and speaking today, and we also appreciate the support of the United Therapeutics, the Silver Spring Chamber, Coalition for Smarter Growth, and others. We are very excited to be with you today with one of the first mixed-use, predominantly residential communities to implement park and planning and the County Council's recent vision for Silver Spring, as expressed through the Downtown Silver Spring and Adjacent Communities Plan. As you may know and you've heard today, Silver Spring has seen significant commercial vacancies in recent years, with retailers and companies leaving the market. Roadside believes in Silver Spring, and this project, with its addition of over 525 units and up to 79 MPDUs with commercial space, represents a big chunk in terms of eating into some of our housing challenges that we've had in this area, region, and county. Before we get into our presentation and specifically addressing some of the questions that have been raised, I did want to turn it over very briefly to Brian Corcoran, who's with Roadside. Roadside has invested extensively in the district and Virginia with first-in-class mixed-use developments. I'm personally very excited to have them look to Montgomery County and invest here. And I'll turn it to Brian for a moment.
Thank you, Stacey. I'll keep it super brief. My name's Brian Corcoran. I'm a partner at Roadside Development. We have Will here as well. Jeff is a partner of mine joining us remotely. We're a small local firm. You know, I use the line, as Jeff has aptly pointed out, he's one of the few privileged to go to the old and the new Blair. So shout out to Jeff. I told him I was going to say that. We focus on very first class apartment buildings, mixed use. We're long-term holders. We've highlighted a couple here and actually some that aren't. We've developed a niche specialty, frankly, with incorporation of historic properties or components into mixed-use properties. The one on the upper right is the former Fannie Mae headquarters office building on Wisconsin Avenue. The one on the bottom left actually incorporates one of the 3 original market buildings in Washington, D.C. That's City Market at O. We did one in Percival. We didn't highlight it. I heard comments about, well, how do you move a building? We've done that. We literally picked up a house and moved it as part of a redevelopment of a project. That historic house then became a restaurant. that continues to this day. So we're here, we can execute. I promise we're not going anywhere. I will be the one you see for a long time to come. Thank you.
As you've been hearing, this is a constrained site. It's long and narrow, with the narrowest portion fronting on Georgia Avenue and flaring wider along Ramsey. And this has played a significant role in the project's design. The property is further constrained by the presence of a 7-story Verizon substation to the south and the home to the historic Tasty Diner car, which must be incorporated into the development. There are several tall buildings in the immediate vicinity, including a 12-story building confronting the townhomes that you've been hearing about, and a 14-story building confronting the site on Georgia Avenue. The confronting townhome development is located in a busy downtown area, in close proximity to tall buildings and the Sarbanes Transit Center. As noted, a unique element of this redevelopment is the incorporation of the historic Tasty Diner car. This provides a great public benefit, but adds to the complexity, as folks have referenced. The applicant has met numerous times with HPC staff over the last year and a half and presented the project twice to HPC, culminating in HPC's letter of support. And I did just want to note that it's been an iterative process with HPC. We've submitted plans, we got comments, and then we made additional changes. So the project that you're seeing today includes numerous changes that have occurred in response to those comments, and it's culminated in the HPC's letter of support. The subject proposal, again, reflects the placement as specifically recommended by the HPC, and HPC will continue to review this project through the site plan process and also through the historic area work permit process. And again, the building itself and how it's incorporated will come back to the planning board at the time of site plan. As a result, the comments that have been raised today will be reviewed again. In terms of zoning, I think that's been covered. We obviously are zoned CR and zoned at a height of 300 feet. In terms of the sector plan, as folks know, this project and this site has been recently rezoned as part of the downtown plan, and specifically has been examined in terms of appropriateness in context with its surrounding properties, including the confronting townhomes. Wanted to focus a little bit on height and some of the questions that have been raised. So we can go to the next slide. Again, as mentioned, in 2022, the downtown plan evaluated this urban area. Specifically, the council evaluated the subject site and surrounding area and recommended 300 feet for the subject property and heights ranging from 260 to 300 feet on all surrounding sites. The confronting townhome development is also zoned for up to 300 feet. The proposed zoning and heights were intended as a tool to entice investment and result in more market-rate and affordable housing and street-activating commercial uses in this downtown urban area. In addition, unlike other properties, the sector plan does not include any specific recommendations regarding the property's relationship with the confronting townhomes. Respectfully, if the property's neighbors were concerned about having a tall building adjacent to their homes or wanted Ramsey Avenue to have access restrictions, they did have an opportunity to request a change in the 2022 Silver Spring sector plan and/or part of the design guideline process. There are no such restrictions in the sector plan or design guidelines, and this project fully complies with all requirements of the code, is substantially in conformance with the sector plan and the design guidelines. We'll talk more about the issues that have been raised, because despite the fact that this does fully comply, there have been a number of changes that have been made to try to respond to the concerns of compatibility with the townhome. So Roadside has specifically looked at it, even though there's not something specifically discussed within the sector plan. I also wanted to just note that this property has been zoned with tall heights for many years. The townhomes were built at a time when it was a prior zone. It was a lower height, but it still was for tall buildings. The predecessor zone for this was a T zone, which allowed for greater heights as well. So the translation as part of the 2022 plan for 300 feet basically is consistent pattern as has been recommended in this area for a while. There's been some discussion about specific sections in the design guidelines related to compatibility. This project has been reviewed with regards to compatibility, and the design advisory panel, again, had multiple iterations. We met with the design advisory panel twice. We received comments the first go around with the DAP. regarding kind of how this building related to Cameron Street, how to relate it to Ramsey. Modifications were made, and DAP, with those modifications, supported what we were proposing. In terms of kind of other examples, there was a discussion about the Cameron Street parking garage. Again, that was specific recommendation for that site. Again, there's no specific recommendation for this property as it relates to relation. But again, that being said, if we go to the next slide, you can begin to see how we have carved the building through the sketch plan process. And this is really a result of multiple points of feedback that we have received from planning staff, from the community, from the Historic Preservation Commission, and the Design Advisory Panel. And as you can see on the image on the right, this building has been significantly carved. The lower portion of this building that you're seeing is along Ramsey. The building steps down in height, then it steps back up to a lower height, and then we don't go to 300 feet until we get to Georgia Avenue. So we have used this very narrow site as a way to transition back down to the townhomes. But again, just to remind us all of the properties surrounding this, including this one, are all zoned CR5 with heights of 300 feet. Go to the next slide. As I mentioned, we have gone multiple times, or we have submitted multiple times to the Design Advisory Panel. We've had 2 meetings with them. At the second meeting, we came back with changes to our plan, including how this building relates to Ramsey. And this is an image that we have provided. This shows how the building basically steps down in height. We use different materials to begin to identify and address the transition. This is going to be further refined at time of site plan. But I did want to just provide what DAP had indicated in their second meeting, because I think there were some comments that indicated DAP had a concern. But DAP's most recent correspondence to the board says, quote, the massing relationship between the building and the town, basically they indicated they support, quote, the massing relationship between the building and the townhomes across the street. Wanted to next focus on shadows. There was a comment that this building would cast shadows to the townhomes. Townhomes, if you can point to where the townhomes are located, there will be no shadows. We're blessed by the orientation and location of this building. There'll be no shadows shining on the townhomes in any part of the year, summer, spring, or winter. In terms of the green loop, next slide. Again, as mentioned, the sector plan, which was recently adopted, had many recommendations in terms of how to improve this area, this urban area, and one of which was this green loop. And as we've talked about, it's really guided how this property can be developed and the priority of pedestrian and bike safety in this area where there was the most activity, and that is along Cameron Street. This also goes to the activation of the ground floor. The sector plan seeks to promote active ground floor uses, which the property successfully achieves. We're proposing and having continuous retail frontage, basically along Georgia and then along Cameron as well. The project is designed to accommodate a grocery store, which will directly address the sector plan's goal of supporting access to affordable, walkable, and healthy food for all residents. And we appreciate the comment of one of Silver Spring residents who indicated a need for grocers in this area. To accommodate all of these sector plan recommendations and the constraints of the site, access does need to be along Ramsey Avenue. We understand that some neighbors would like the access to be moved, and while this is not feasible, we have taken steps to minimize the impact, and the proposed access does meet all county requirements and has been extensively reviewed and is supported by DOT and Park and Planning transportation staff. It's important to note that the Tasty Diner does have its access currently on Ramsey. It does not have a loading dock, so tractor trailers and trash trucks have been delivering to the site through a similar access for many years. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the zoning ordinance does restrict access to corner lots such as this to one point with the lower roadway classification. So as we were looking at this site, you heard from Mr. Bossi and from others that Georgia Avenue is the highest classification. That's not feasible. It also would negatively impact the ability to have an activated retail use on Georgia. Cameron Street, we have challenges because, as you can see here, with our bike lanes, our pedestrian paths, having a loading and garage entrance here would basically interfere with and conflict with this pedestrian and bike traffic that's going along Cameron Street. The other issue is that if you had an access point here, it would completely destroy the first floor activating space experience that has been recommended and is desired in this area. The other is that HPC has indicated that it's important for, and you've heard from others, to be prominent along Cameron. So we're balancing a lot of things as we're looking at how this will be developed, and an access point would have an issue, would conflict with that as well. If you want to go to the next slide. I do want to just point out, this was mentioned by Mr. Bossi as well, but Ramsey in the sector plan has been recommended to be transformed. It is a business street. It's not a residential street. And it was recommended to be transformed into a more significant circulation route through the downtown to be connected with First Street through the First Street extension, which you can see. So Ramsey is going to be extended, as you saw, through the Cameron Street garage. Next slide. While access must be limited to Ramsey, the applicant has certainly heard the comments raised by the townhouse residents regarding the location of vehicular access and has worked closely, again, with Park and Planning staff and DOT in terms of evaluating how cars and trucks would circulate through here to ensure that the access was safe and efficient from Ramsey. Couple items. The loading bays, which are in excess of the code requirements, are designed to have sufficient depth to accommodate the full length of a truck to ensure that the trucks will not disrupt the traffic on the trucks on the surrounding street and traffic on surrounding street. Planning staff and DOT evaluated the maneuverability of the trucks, including the WB67, that's a requirement for the grocer, expected to service the site, and determined that there is sufficient space within the loading bay and Ramsey Avenue to accommodate truck ingress and egress from the site. Roadside has also begun to thoughtfully plan, as will be refined at time of site plan, the internal building design, such as the mailroom location. There was a question as to how do you incentivize, for example, FedEx trucks and others to actually use the building. This is something that has begun to be incorporated into new buildings. This actually was something that was considered through another project in Friendship Heights, where developers understand that there's more activity with these FedEx and other trucks, and they're designing their buildings to accommodate it. So in the building, what they do is they design their mail rooms to be adjacent to the loading areas or near to that, so that it becomes the shortest path for folks to go. This is not something that you've seen in some of the older buildings, and so some of the things that others may have seen in other buildings in terms of trash pickup outside of the building, these buildings are being designed to ensure that it can accommodate on the site itself. Roadside has also prepared a loading management plan that will be further refined at time of site plan. Specifically, the loading management plan minimizes impacts of trucks on Ramsey and includes such items as designated loading manager to schedule resident move in and move out, coordinates waste management, grocery deliveries, and other commercial deliveries with vendors. There was a question about kind of the frequency of the WB67s, and that's certainly something that we can be evaluating and reviewing as part of the loading management plan as we move through the site plan process. The other thing we wanted to mention is that as mentioned, we've had a number of meetings with the community. We have realigned the access to the parking garage so that it aligns with Cameron Hill Court to prevent additional conflicts. We've also heard, and you heard today, that basically that some trucks are parking illegally within the townhouses community, but also along Ramsey. Roadside is offered to construct a raised sidewalk across the entrance to the Cameron Hill Court to denote that cars are entering a private drive. They've also offered to construct a new ramp driveway across the entrance to Cameron Hill Court to denote a pedestrian through zone. So they are looking at ways in which they can help to improve the area. And again, Although there's no specific recommendations, although we do meet all the requirements of the code, we are looking at ways to minimize the impact. I did want to just touch on red policy zone, as mentioned, and as you all know, this property is located in red policy zone. It is a policy decision to basically encourage the improvement and enhancement of pedestrian, bike, and transit networks in the area. And as a result, I think this actually is the largest contribution that an applicant has made in Montgomery County since the adoption of its $3.4 million. This is condition 18. And these are all the improvements that Roadside will be doing as part of this development. The applicant fully complies with all LATR requirements. The council was clear regarding its vision for Silver Spring. The applicant is excited to be one of the first major projects to implement that vision. The project fully conforms with the goals and recommendations of the downtown plan by truly transforming this auto-oriented, underutilized site into a vibrant mixed-use development that will provide up to 79 moderately priced dwelling units and much-needed market-rate housing. The project will provide an architecturally significant corner to activate and define the intersection of Cameron Street and Georgia, where the grocery entrance is planned. And notably, the historic Tasty Diner car will be prominently reincorporated into the redevelopment in a manner that celebrates its history and becomes a street activating use. As is required, Roadside will continue to work with HPC staff and the HPC through the site plan process. Roadside also looks forward to continuing to work with the community through the site plan review process. In conclusion, we concur with the findings contained in the staff report and are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval. We agree with staff that the sketch plan and preliminary plan meet all the standards and requirements contained in the zoning ordinance for the CR zone, including the project's compatibility with existing and planned development. And it is in conformance with the sector plan and design guidelines, as well as the subdivision regulations, including the LATR requirements. We ask that this presentation be included in the record. We also ask that the staff report and all of applicants' submitted materials and files for the sketch plan and preliminary plan also be made part of the record. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Silver, for your presentation. I just have a couple questions, and I'll let the board members ask their questions. So what I hear you say is that in the 2022 downtown plan, the properties adjacent to this property were all zoned to be the CR5 that could go up to 300 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the previous sector plan, you said that there were, do you know what the height of the buildings?
Yeah, it was zoned, it was again, I think it was CBD, but it was basically a T zone, so it's 200T, which allowed you to go up in height to accommodate MPDUs, to accommodate the penthouse and height averaging. And
do you have a sense of what that could be in terms of height? Do you have?
I don't know whether staff.
Yeah, I think like 225 feet, 250.
Okay, great. And it's on Ramsey Avenue. It shows a potential future street going to the north. Is there any consideration what a time frame for that would be? Just out of curiosity, was it? Do you know if and through the garage is that? I think 10-year, 20-year, or 5-year. Do you have a sense of?
So I mean, certainly, I think the plan horizon is 20 years. I think the county has made efforts to put out RFPs to redevelop some of the structured parking garages throughout down county. I'm not aware of any currently active, but I think were that entire block to redevelop, I think there would be an expectation that Ramsey would be extended at that time.
Okay. And on the grocery store, the proposed grocery store, what size would that be? Do you have a sense of?
Around 15,000 feet.
Okay, 15,000. And I know urban stores, urban sites at times in some areas aren't able to have a 18-wheeler deliver their whatever supplies and things. Could this grocery store not function if there weren't 18-wheelers accessing the site?
Correct. but not function.
There isn't a size truck that they can have things in and out.
Yeah, our specific requirement of them is to be able to accommodate a WB 67, which is what Katie and her team have modeled.
And what you had modeled, it seems as if it would never cross the curbs. I mean, that it would one movement in, one movement out into the driveways or into the loading docks.
Yes, and so we did our auto turn analysis and the modeling the trucks that are required for this particular grocery store, and that is one of our goals, is to make sure that we're designing loading facilities for trucks to be able to enter and out in one single movement, especially these larger trucks. The software itself is conservative, so experienced truck driver could do a turn better than what the software models, but it also provides that level of safety if you don't have the extremely talented truck driver accessing the site.
Okay. I like that is that the pedestrian garage is lined up with the driveway across the street. As you said, that's what you intend to do?
Correct.
Okay. And in these garages, are there ways to make them, the doors and things like that, less commercial looking and...
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there's a lot of ways you can architecturally treat the facade. I mean, Bill may want to speak to it more adeptly than I do, but, certainly the goal is to have those doors down, but for when a truck is coming or going. There's different materialities. Some of them can be painted. Some of them can be architecturally treated differently for both the vehicular ingress and egress point, but also the loading dock. So, Bill, I don't know if you want to address potentialities, but...
I would just say that this is a question that comes up all the time. We've done a lot of these buildings. We like to have solid doors whenever possible. We also have been asked to put murals on doors, or they're a way to make them look better when they are down. But I think that in today's world, with the mechanisms, they can be raised and lowered fairly quickly and would not remain open for lengths of time. So it's something we care about. It would not have louvers in them, but above them for air.
And I would also point
so
out
they
that
would be very clean.
Sorry, condition 7B for what needs to be addressed, the site plan specifically addresses that concern. So we're thinking about it, and we've conditioned the approval on that exploration.
Those are my questions. Other questions from the board? I do believe that density is required there, needed there. We need more housing, all types of housing. It was in the plan there for a taller building. I did like how I know you still need to do some work on it, but how you set the building back. And I believe that right across Ramsey from the townhomes, they will be looking at something setback, and I guess their view will, it will be more like what maybe the old height would have been, but because they're not, I mean, I don't think their view quarters was seeing much of the height range. You have to tell me if a 3-story townhouse sitting across the street, what will they see as could you say what they would see if the houses on Ramsey looking over at your building, what would they actually see? They'll see the first, 60, 70 feet, will they see the tower behind? What will they see?
So in effect,
there
yeah,
is a
so
diagram.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying that there was a diagram.
Correct. So, I mean, you can see. I don't know if you want to go back. Oh, there you go. Yeah. If you want to show the screen, I can. There we go. So you can see.
Yeah, that's what
in that image, basically the.
If I could just add, I think it's important to understand that only that base is a direct face-to-face. The building actually kinks and moves obliquely to the views from the Cameron Street, but also as Cameron Street curves in the opposite direction. So it's receding. It always has an opportunity to recede from your eye.
Right.
And that's that oblique view that you see that's beginning in this rendering here.
Right. And the Tasty Diner, separated it well enough, in my view, that it will look distinct and so great.
Well, yeah, in addition to the questions that you ask, one is the noise. I do not know. I guess that would be something that they, in the dock management, the noise analysis of these trucks.
So we'd be looking at the noise analysis at the time of site plan.
Okay. Another question. First of all,
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I mean, will the loading management plan limit noise? I mean, we do a noise analysis for noise coming from the outside into the building, but generally loading management plans are about what trucks, what time of day, what days of the week, more functional things. So I don't know that we would have an analysis of the trucks can only be this loud, but I think
I think it should be.
But we can address it in terms of the acoustical properties of the door, if the doors are closed. So I think there are ways we can address it from the loading management plan, but in terms of monitoring and enforcement, we normally wouldn't. I think it would be a challenge to implement that recommendation.
I wanted to also point out that we are governed by 31B5 of the code, which has noise level and noise disturbance levels that we have to comply with, that has certain times in which, kind of with trucks, et cetera.
Yeah.
So we would have to comply with that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
I'd like to add that the trucks servicing this project are no different or no atypical than existing trucks that service properties adjacent and surrounding us now. The Tasty Diner, for that matter, was a 24-hour operating restaurant. They were receiving deliveries all times, day and night.
Did they receive the big trucks, the grocery big trucks?
They had Cisco trucks
Okay.
delivering food to them. I mean, so I think, some of this is getting lost in that the Tasty Diner is now closed, so it's not in your face. But historically, this site and Mirancho adjacent, are operating businesses.
I was
and
going
trucks
to
are
mention
coming
that.
and
That-
going from those
Yes.
businesses.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because actually that was one of my questions because Mirancho is right there. I'm very familiar with that area, and Cubano is right across the street. So I agree that it's not really residential and it's commercial. The street that is there. I'm wondering that was ever even thought about that Tasty Diner to be facing that way because that's where the restaurants and everything else, that's why I was asking that if they are thinking that it's going to be some kind of coffee shop or a bar or a restaurant, but now you say you're going to have grocery, but again, even though if it's grocery, they could have some kind of a Starbucks or something right there. Some kind of coffee shop or maybe a bar or something that people can come and use it. I certainly support, the maximize height and providing the additional housing, residential housing. I totally support that. At the same time, one thing that I would like, and I always keep mentioning it, as much as we do care about keeping the green loop, as much as we are keeping to accommodating everything else, I always give the same value and weight to keeping the existing communities intact. So, and I hear that you probably have done most of the things when Ms. Sibler talked about that. You have coordinated many of the, issues that the existing community has there. And I was wondering again that why it was not in any way possible that we have bikeways that have entrances to the garages. Definitely the whole loop that we have there, the green loop, is with no driveway. There are driveways that coming and going out. So I was wondering that why we couldn't have some of these, entrances moved to Cameron. But I'm hearing that the idea is that the nature of the Cameron would change in future. So, it definitely makes sense that you have a big garage across the street, the Cameron, that has all of these entrances that come into the Cameron. Why this building cannot have entrance there? But what I just heard that the idea is that in future to redevelop even that parking structure. So that's something that Montgomery, I think belongs to Montgomery County, correct? That's something that Montgomery County has been doing, redeveloping many of these garages to high-rise with maybe parking structure underneath to do that. But again, if they do parking structure underneath, they're going to have curb cuts. So it's something that even that future, you're going to have curb cut there. But I'm not saying that we change anything. I'm just saying that I understand the comments that we receive from people that are living in that townhome community. I totally understand living in Silver Spring all your life and having this townhouse, and then you be facing with the big loading dock with 18-wheelers to come and go. Nobody wants that. So, but it's something that I think it's important we consider that we do. But I support the development that is proposed.
Great, thank you.
Can I-
The other?
Can I just clarify one thing, and then if there's additional detail any others want to add? I just want to clarify, it's 2 retail spaces. So the salmon color in this plan is the proposed grocer. So they're the one fronting the intersection of Cameron and Georgia. The Tasty Diner car is a pertinent and inclusive of the lighter
Oh, so the
purple color.
Tasty Diner is
Yes,
not
so I
gonna
just
be-
wanted to clarify. I heard you say something. The grocer is not operating out
Thank
of the
you.
Tasty Diner. The Tasty Diner in the new space adjacent is, size flexible, but intended to be a separate food and beverage operating
Thank you.
entity.
That's what I was hoping
Yeah, I
you
just
do.
wanted to
That's
make
what I
that-
was saying, that
yeah.
maybe you do a section, something.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to make that point.
Thank you for the
Is
clarification.
it possible to chime in real quick?
Who? Okay, great.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we're some interlopers here,
Sorry, I'm lurking from above, but just quickly, as Brian mentioned, and I'll designate myself the retail expert in the room, oversee all our retail leasing and acquisitions at Roadside, and have done retail leasing for the last 20 years and have been involved with probably north of 2 million square feet of retail. And also a Silver Spring native who's, my high school homecoming date was a waitress at Mi Rancho, and my now wife's family actually owns the Cubanos building and used to operate a Chinese restaurant out of that space. It's where she went for prom for dinner before. So very familiar with it. And as Brian mentioned, the ground floor is what 99.9% of the community and public experience in a project. Unless you live upstairs in an apartment building or have a friend there or you're visiting, you never really experience what's upstairs. So we take great pride in the ground floor and how that retail experience is for the community. So on that corner, incorporating the diner building is definitely a challenge into a larger, more dynamic, permanent retail space. We're pretty excited about how that diner wraps the corner with new construction. So the space has the flexibility for a future operator to accommodate their needs. We've talked to a bunch of them. They're excited. The former diner owner is excited about the incorporation of it. So we think that Ramsey, Cameron Corner, then connecting down Ramsey to the other existing restaurants will continue that flow of that exciting outdoor seating and restaurant and retail activity. Quickly on the name Tasty, I know we throw it around a lot. Tasty is trademarked by Gene Wilkes, who's the owner of Tasty Diner, who we bought this one. There are other Tasty Diners still in operation, so it will not be Tasty. The sign above it was not original to the original diner location. So the new operator might have a chance to play homage to Tasty Diner at some point with Gene's cooperation, but in speaking with him the other day, He's really excited to see the next life of this, as he's experienced, from when the building sat on Georgia to moved here in 2000, and then, I'll call it, life 3.0 of this dining cab.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to our other board members because we have a couple more things to do today. So,
Yeah, my only comments really, I mean, this is about as smack in the middle of the Silver Spring overlay zone as you can get. There are tall buildings around it. It very much fits in with the character of it. It's going to be a large building, but one of the things that gives resilience to neighborhoods is having a variety of different types of housing in there. It'll bring amenities and people into the downtown part of Silver Spring. If we don't build 300-foot buildings here, I don't know where you put them in the county. So I've got no problem with that. I think the way that the applicant has addressed the design and historic preservation aspects are good, and if there's not a perfect solution to, bringing in trucks and things like that, it's got to be done some way. So I'm perfectly fine with this. I think the application is good.
great. Mr. Linden.
Just very quickly, not to belabor the point, but this is such a great project. Like it would be hard to sort of come up with a project from scratch that is as good and as good of a location and provides all the amenities you've talked about, the grocer for the area. It's connected through the green loop. It's transit proximate. It's going to be close to the new Purple Line. It's close to the transit center. It's so walkable to so many things in downtown Silver Spring. It's like this is the project that we need in this area, among others. But this is kind of helping to realize the plan that was just passed. I'm so excited about it. I'm so thankful for y'all for bringing it to us and designing something that with the difficult sort of constraints of the site, you managed to put 525 units on it, and I think that's wonderful. I just wanted to speak, just to address a couple of the concerns we heard. At the risk of getting out over my skis on the historic preservation front, I think I read in the staff report that the environmental setting is just the actual structure itself for that building, and you've done everything to preserve that actual structure. It seems like it's going to be well integrated, so that's great. No concerns there. In terms of the access, if the access point is necessary to make the building work, and it sounds like that's the case, particularly with a grocer, I think that's fine, and we need the building to work. To echo, one of the points made earlier, introducing conflicts on a road, in this case Cameron, where we're proposing a really vital, multi-use, multimodal connection between this part of Silver Spring to Georgia and then Fenton and beyond, and kind of looping all the way around. Those are some of the most dangerous conflicts that exist in those types of networks, and they're also the reasons why people won't use those networks if they experience or perceive or fear that they'll experience those conflicts with big trucks. So I think it's perfectly more than reasonable. I think it's by far the safer option to put it where you've put it, particularly because you've modeled that it works, and it's not going to impact the townhomes right next door. So I think that's great. No other concerns. Just thanks. Look forward to getting to site plan, and if there are more concerns around like loading management and how exactly the hours are going to work and managing all the different pieces, as you mentioned, like that management plan comes at site plan. So lots more opportunities if the townhome neighbors, if you want to engage at that point about the actual plan and how these trucks are going to fit and where they're going to go and at what hours of the day. That's the point in time where we're going to get to those conversations. So for now, I think this is great. It's awesome, and let's move it forward.
Yeah. So last comment. Yes, around the load management plan, please work with the residents, not just to make that garage the prettiest garage you've seen, because that's what they're going to be looking at, and making sure, and Elza will push you, make sure that the trucks in the doors are closed. That because we know that many times they aren't. We wanted to make this also a great experience for the people that invested in that community 25 years ago. When I first moved to this area, that's when UIA was building those buildings there. So, and that was a big investment to jumpstart Silver Spring. So, and the 525,000 square feet of residential. Can you give a sense of what is the unit mix? Because we want to put a plug in the growth and infrastructure policy. We're really pushing to have units for families. was it 3 and 4 bedroom or 2 and 3 bedroom units? I believe it is. And it's important that in these buildings that families could live there too, not just only studios and 1 bedroom. So I'd be interested. It seems as if, based on it's about 1,000 square foot per unit in the gross. But what are you proposing as? What do you currently look at as the unit mix for the residential?
So we're still refining the actual mix, but we do plan on having units as small as efficiencies through 2-bedroom dens, potentially 3 bedrooms as well.
Yeah, but it's really, it's yours, the economics, but we really wanted to push more 2 and 3 bedroom units than the typical developer, market rate developers that really lean more toward efficiency 1 dens and a smattering of 2s. Really important families also need to live in downtown Silver Spring. So lovely building. Lovely project. We look forward to the next stage of the project. And if they're
Just can I ask one more question? Do you know if it's going to be rental?
Yes, it's planned to be a rental apartment building.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just want to say one thing to relate to unit size. If you need to find more space for the larger unit size and mix, you can always go down in parking. So, given how accessible it is to literally
normally,
everything around it.
I have a pretty diverse background, but Silver Spring is, as you may or may not know, has a lot of rock. And we actually have very hard rock.
No, he doesn't mean go
very
underground.
shallow.
No, he means
I just
remove.
meant, yeah.
Remove. He doesn't mean go underground. Not drill.
No,
down, remove.
Just get that ratio as low as you can.
Yeah.
I know that we'll talk about that more.
Yeah. So thank you. We look forward to the next going to the site plan. And if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for do we have two?
Two.
Okay. Do I have a motion for approval of sketch plan number 320230060 and preliminary plan number 1/2023-0150 with staff's conditions? Are there any change? We didn't change any of the conditions, so with the conditions in the staff report.
There is one correction to preliminary plan condition
That's
number
right.
1.
Remove a 0.
We'll take a 0.
Oh,
Take a 0 out.
Okay,
Good.
great.
Good condition. All right. No, I'll move then that we approve sketch plan number 3/2023-0060 with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you.
And then move to approve the preliminary plan as well. I think we do need 2, right?
Okay, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. And we will take a 5-minute break, a short 5-minute break, and go to our last item of the day, which is the
Short 5-minute break.
2024-2028 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, where staff is recommending Planning Board approval. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of today. It's the 2024-2028 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, where staff is recommending Planning Board approval. This is sort of the last work session where we're going over past comments and going through a red line. So welcome. We look forward to the presentation today.
This is David Anspacher, Acting Division Chief for the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. I'm just going to quickly kick us off, and I think we certainly hope this is the last work session. But we do understand there's a hard stop around 4:30, so we're going to make sure to be as efficient in getting through all the slides and the material as possible. So just a reminder, the purpose of the Growth and Infrastructure Policy of the 2024 to 2028 Growth and Infrastructure Policy is to enhance predictability, transparency, and proportionality in the approval process. There's a number of themes that the team has been focused on, including considering the county's current growth trends, reviewing development impact taxes, and aligning the policy with the county's current priorities, including racial equity and social justice, economic competitiveness, environmental resilience, compact growth, housing for all, safety, and good governance. So the team has worked incredibly hard over the past 12 months on this project. It's always the last couple of months are always back-to-back work sessions, and they've done just an incredible job of, responding to all the public testimony, the board's comments. I think at this point, though, I'm turning it over to them to walk us through.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. So I'm going to walk through the agenda for today. We're going to talk about the upcoming schedule. We're also going to talk about some highlights from the recommendations. We have some additional testimony and proposed revisions that we want to go through, and then we'll go through the track changes, the growth and infrastructure report, the policy, and the draft revisions to county code. And then, we also want to acknowledge the team that's worked on this for the past year. There's quite a bit of people that have worked on it, so we want to go through team acknowledgements, and then we'll ask for a motion for the board to vote at the end. So we are in, as was mentioned, we're in our last work session number 6. We're about at the end of the planning board review. As a reminder, we have to transmit the growth and infrastructure policy by August 1st. So we'll spend the next couple of weeks copy editing it and getting it into a format to send it to the county council. The county council will hold a public hearing in September on the growth and infrastructure policy. And then we'll enter into work sessions with the committee, both the GO committee and the PHP committee in October, and then hopefully full council by November, leading way to it being effective in January of 2025.
We'll return to the board in early January to review and approve updated guidelines for local area transportation review.
Now, I just want to take a little bit of time to highlight some of the work that the planning board did and some of the great recommendations we have from this policy. So the first is we modified a lot of the policy area classifications to better align with our corridor-focused growth areas, creating 3 new red policy areas, 7 new orange policy areas, and 1 new yellow policy area. We simplified and streamed the local area transportation review process and requirements. The planning board also introduced new LATR exemptions for mixed income housing communities, which is, as we know, is an affordable housing streamlining part of code, and other affordable housing, including 3-bedroom units and daycares. And we extended the bioscience exemption and removed the 3-year time limit to acquire a building permit. We revised the policy to reflect the updated county plans like Thrive Montgomery 2050, policies, laws, regulation, and guidance. And then a couple of impact tax recommendations highlights is, we introduced exemptions for small homes. We expanded the exemption for 3-bedroom units. We introduced the exemption for office to residential conversions. We also adjusted the calculation of school impact tax rates to reflect the cost to the county and the use of state aid. We codified the bioscience exemption, and we also expanded credits for transportation improvements. Just, very quickly, the growth in, on the next slide, we're going to show you kind of how we move the needle for impact taxes. But I think it's important to, remind the board and the public of the exemptions and discounts that exist in impact tax policy that we, a lot of this was created by this board. The first is affordable housing and MPDUs. That already existed. Non-MPDUs, the market rate units and projects with 25% MPDUs and infill impact areas and red policy areas, senior housing, farm tenant housing, student housing, opportunity zones, enterprise zones, office to residential conversions with adaptive reuse, bioscience, and multifamily units with 3-bedroom units. There's also there's discounts. We added the single family detached or attached units, smaller than 1,800 square feet discount. The market rate units in a development with 25% MPDUs if they're in the turnover impact area or the orange, yellow, or green policy area, half a mile from certain MARC stations, and office to residential conversions that have to deal with demolition. So, the question is, did we move the needle on impact taxes? And we think yes. So an important caveat to this chart is to show that there's a lot of exemptions and discounts that we can't codify, like the policy area that we change the colors. That'll have a huge impact on focusing growth in our downtowns and our business districts and using that compact growth idea. This chart is largely recognizing the impact that the state aid reduction was included, but as you can see that we moved the needle for impact taxes. We moved them down to make it easier to do development in this county. And next, we're going to talk a little bit about some additional testimony and proposed revisions that we've received. So first I want to mention that Ms. McCarthy from MCCPTA wanted to testify on the state aid portion of the growth and infrastructure policy. She had to sign off. MCCPTA does not support this recommendation, but for our planning staff, we are still supportive of this recommendation. We think it reflects the cost to the county of school construction. And we think it's also a fairness issue that that the state aid should not be passed on to the development community and therefore future home buyers. We have a proposed revision. In our staff draft, we added the calculation of impact taxes that the tax rate must reflect the county's cost to construct a student seat by subtracting the average current share of state aid from the average Montgomery County public school construction cost. And you can see the proposed revision is the tax rates must reflect the county's cost to construct a student seat, reducing the rates by a factor equivalent to the portion of funding for capacity adding projects in the adopted school CIP attributed to state aid. So we just finessed the language a little bit from the original staff draft.
I just wanted to quickly chime in because Director Sartori, who can't be here today, wanted me to make sure that that he proposed this language, that his intent, he didn't have a chance to review the staff's draft language. He just simply ran out of time, and that this is coming from him, and it's just simply to clarify and explain things a little bit more.
I'm just trying to understand the change. You moved too fast for me. Could you just, what was a change you added, the capacity adding for the CIP?
Sure. So during the last work session, the board added a recommendation that the school impact tax would reflect the portion of state aid. Staff proposed language that is posted with the staff report that is under the staff draft. And then Mr. Sartori, Director Sartori, provided some edits to that language that was in the staff draft, which is under the read in the proposed revision.
So basically, the change adds the contributed to the school CIP, correct?
Right. It's just a language cleanup.
Okay. He just phrased it a little bit differently. He had this language in mind and wanted it to use this language, but it says the same thing.
Okay.
The next proposed revision that we have is we received testimony regarding desired growth and investment areas. We received a request to add legacy language for projects in desired growth and investment areas that have approvals but have not yet started construction. Staff supports this and recommends that any preliminary plan application that has been accepted by January 1st, 2025 will continue to be eligible for a desired growth and investment area impact tax discount, and that planning staff will add any relevant language to the planning board draft. And on the next slide.
Yeah, just
Sure.
where are these, again, just quickly, this desired growth and
Sure. So there, I should have included a map, I'm sorry. So there are certain COG activity centers in a certain 500-foot buffer around certain BRT stations, and you receive a discount if you're in the orange or the yellow transportation policy area. We originally recommended to get rid of them because we changed a lot of the policy area colors that we think was a better way to get at the same idea.
Okay.
And that's the map on, I think it's page 38 of the draft, is the one with the figure eight, I think.
So this is the recommended revision language. So recommendation 4.4 would read, remove the desired growth and investment areas exemption and rely on other policies to advance corridor-focused compact growth and housing. This will simplify the number of boundaries used in conjunction with the policy. Include legacy language for projects with an accepted preliminary plan application or equivalent plan acceptance in the city of Gaithersburg before January 1st, 2025.
Great, thank you.
And then this is proposed revision to the code. There would be a change from staff draft because we had originally deleted the reference to desired growth and investment areas. So we would make a revision to add the language that was discussed previously.
Darcy Buckley with Countywide Planning for the record. Our next revision has to do with the effective dates of the growth and infrastructure policy. In the staff draft, we have language that says that the resolution takes effect on January 1st and that it applies to applications for the date that an application is accepted for a plan or permit. In this, we've added another sentence on here that says that applicants who have already submitted an application, but that it's not yet been approved, that they will have they'll have the opportunity to use the new growth and infrastructure policy without having to start over from square one, as long as they complete the required analysis in order to comply with the current, at the time, growth and infrastructure policy.
Okay.
So the next one is about testimony we received from Matthew Gordon with Selzer Gervich. He requested an LATR exemption for projects that meet the requirement of the mixed income housing communities, but might use a different plan type. So at the last session, the board approved an LATR exemption for mixed income housing community plans, which is its own plan type. We support this. We support this suggestion and recommend revising the exemption to include projects that meet the definition of the mixed income housing community, but might not use that plan type. So the idea here is that these are projects that we want to support in general, and that an applicant shouldn't be penalized or disincentivized just because they use a different plan type.
I think that sounds great. I just have a question about, do we see many of these situations where they'll check all the boxes, but they just don't choose to use that plan type?
So it's a brand new plan type.
Oh, right.
So there are pending applications that have went in before it was created.
So it's trying to grandfather them in. Okay, got
essentially.
Got it.
But yeah, but also it's newer, so there might be some it's just a different process. So there are other reasons why you might want to go through a site plan process to deliver the same project. Might make more sense.
Yeah, because a lot of those are mainly, I'm sure some nonprofits would have gone in for a site plan. They were going to meet those criteria, but it's just not they didn't use that mixed income housing community, whatever you call it, mixed income housing community plan, whatever.
So here are the recommended revisions. You can see here it just changes, instead of exempting mixed income housing community, we've changed it to say exempt development projects that meet the definition of the mixed income housing community and it refers to the section of code where it has those definitions of thresholds. And that change would be made in both our report and in the growth and infrastructure policy itself. Next, we received a letter from Philip Hummel of Miles Stockbridge requesting on behalf of JHU an expansion of the Great Seneca Life Science Red Policy area to include the Bellward Farm property. This is a subject that the board discussed during the development of the Great Seneca Plan, the Great Seneca Master Plan, and at that time, the planning board declined to expand the boundaries of the downtown in the Great Seneca area. The current, and staff recommends keeping the current boundaries in alignment with the downtown area, the downtown boundaries.
So can you go over again with us, just come up several times. So red policy area had to meet this certain criteria today, or we thought it would meet that criteria soon, right? It was, like certain areas like the Great Seneca, certain areas in there didn't meet it, really, but the goal was it to meet that criteria. Was that, and so could you just go over again why we, just for clarity's sake, why we thought the Bellwood Farm property did not, or would likely not meet that criteria, okay?
Sure. Marin Hill, for the record. So the red policy areas are really supposed to be our most urban areas that have high quality, either planned or existing transit, bicycle and pedestrian facilities that really enable, and a land use that enables people to walk or bike or take modes of transportation that are not driving. The Bellward site has an existing preliminary plan that dates back to the early 90s and has come in with several site plan applications. These, as it stands, the plans do not show a land use that would support red policy facilities. They do not have an extensive street grid. They have several private roads with one main road, and do not have the same kind of high-quality transit that exists in the rest of the Life Sciences Center. So for those reasons, planning staff felt that it was not appropriate to designate the area as a red policy area, while the rest of the life sciences does have that planned street grid as well as a planned density and transit quality that would support a red policy area.
Thank you for, I thought that was the case, but just thank you for reiterating that. Thank you.
So next, we are recommending a new recommendation to add to the report. That is recommendation 4.8B, and this was at the planning board chair's request. It's something we've talked about during our sessions at length, and now we're kind of formalizing this discussion as a recommendation. So the recommendation is to convene a working group across the county government to explore additional financing and funding mechanisms to better meet infrastructure needs. It acknowledges that while impact taxes help the county finance new infrastructure and to support growth, they also add to the cost of new development and are ultimately passed on in the form of higher purchase price or rental rate, making housing less attainable. Addressing the county's complex infrastructure needs requires a comprehensive approach to infrastructure funding. This will strengthen the county's competitive position within the region, bolster the potential for economic growth, and advance our equity and climate initiatives and objectives.
Can I just ask a question in here? I think this is in general because now that the impact tax is less, the cost, it sort of create a gap for the infrastructure that we had that money. Rather than having across the government, I think that sometimes it would be good that if we find partnership with other agencies to see that if there are any other ways that there are funding available outside the government entities. Sometimes they may be grants, they may be, it could be grants from private industry that could be available for some of these. Basically, I'm saying that we should look outside the government, maybe some other entities, enterprise entities, that they could help us to cover some of these gaps.
I hear what you're saying. I guess the point, it could be better, maybe potentially better wordsmith, but the point is to come together with the working group to come up with recommendations to find additional or to explore additional financing. It could be private grants. It could be lots of things. It could be this tax increment financing. It could be other, in addition to impact. But it's we've got to work on a better way to find funding for infrastructure improvements. So I agree with you. But
I'm just saying that across county government, it doesn't have to be the government. It has to be outside entities that we could look into funding us as well.
No, this isn't where it comes from. It's working, putting to maybe I'm not saying it right. It's to putting together work to come up with, look at best practices across the country, how people finance their infrastructure improvements. It could be that it comes from. It's not where you're going to. This is just kind of looking at. Potential other sources, whether it's just the working group was across, it's like planning, county exec, county council, like that kind of working group and we it could be end up hiring in some consultants to help with that process. So maybe there's a better way to say it, but I'm just asking the board members, what do you think? And maybe you can.
Yeah, I think it sounds good as is. I mean, I don't think it's exclusive. I don't think it's trying to exclude. Like if the working group comes together and they decide they need more voices, I think it's at their prerogative. They can choose whether it's consultant or, as you're saying. I think it's just trying to describe like people in government understand systemically what the gaps and challenges are. So they need to be the first ones at the table, and then I think they can decide kind of what other voices they need.
Well, I'm saying that we need to invite other partners to tell us that what is available out there, just the government is not enough. That's what I'm saying.
So how would you suggest?
Well, it's just that the idea is that we should make sure that we look to what is available outside the public funding.
Okay,
and that is to get, when we get together, we need to invite other partners and entities that they are not government, but they are in funding that to help us to find where the money is. That's what I'm suggesting.
Maybe my suggestion is, could be in a working group across county government that could include private sector partners to explore additional
external partners.
External partners.
Yeah, inclusive of education.
Yeah,
you are better.
that can.
No, I know. I don't. Yeah, and I don't. I think the inclusive language is good. I like this. I like this idea. The problem being, at least on a macro level, that state funding and federal funding tends to be drying up at the moment, and that the funding tends to be foundational or private if it's there at all, and that is an area that could use some exploration. Wouldn't love it on a practical level, but it's
working group across county government and I don't know external partners, external agencies or external partners. Yeah.
Say with what have I put out? With with other stakeholders or with external?
I think external stakeholders
Okay, with
covers
external
everybody that we're here, you know.
Okay.
We can get somebody, you can details later.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we're going to quickly go through our track changes documents. So let me see if I can make this transition correctly on the screen. How do I share a Word document? Yes. Thank you. Okay, this is the draft report of this is our planning board draft of our growth and infrastructure policy report. And we're just going to highlight the changes that we made.
And I'll just jump in. If the board has any concerns or would like to, stop at any point where we made changes, please stop us as we scroll through.
I'm only going to highlight things of substance, not minor changes. This is the school section.
Okay.
And we're not seeing it in track changes.
Oh, for the record, Jesus Beck, Adequate Public Facilities Planner. There are only a couple key things to go over for the schools part of the draft, or I guess it's still draft. Yeah, so if you look on page, I think it's the next page, yeah. Page 12, this map that has the red line on the left is showing the outdated map that was shown to the planning board. We're not making any manual changes. The only change that happened is because of okay, for some reason the updated map is not. Oh, this is the updated map. Okay, I guess the outdated map is not showing. Sorry. Okay.
Is there, if you did all markup, here you go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the only changes that occurred are due to the boundary changes that happened from the transportation policy side. We reran the index method using the new boundaries, and that shifted some things around. Ultimately, the only change that happened between impact policy or impact areas being classified between turnover or infill is, if you see, actually, this is the old map. So, okay, so if you look at the new map, the Clarksburg Town Center, which was classified as infill, has turned it to turnover impact area. And on the right side, there's a tiny dot on the furthest right, further right. The Burtonsville Town Center that was classified as turnover is now showing up as infill impact area. And the rest, there were just boundary changes, but the classifications have not changed. Then if we keep scrolling through to page 19. The key change here is the recommendation 2.4 itself that is about the stacked flats now staying in the multifamily low-rise category after discussing with the planning board. The rest of the track changes here is mostly to have the language reflecting the change correctly. So there's some restructuring of the language. The other part of the changes were, again, with the with the boundary changes, recalculation of student generation rates because the areas identified as turnover and infill have slightly changed. The student generation rates have slightly changed. So the numbers we're seeing here have been updated to reflect that. And then the table is showing the final student generation rates when we're separating stacked flats out. Again, when we're actually going to calculate the official student generation rates, the stacked flats will be included in the multifamily student generation rates. So we will not be seeing those numbers. This is just to make the report read as before.
But you will, over the next, you still keep tracking stacked flat. I mean, just and so at the next reiteration, it may have if their rates are higher, you may make adjustments in the next growth and infrastructure policy.
We will keep taking note of the stacked flats, so we have a full, I guess, database knowing how many additional stacked flats have been built and how reliable the numbers will be for the next update.
Great, thank you.
That is it for the schools part.
Thank you. Right. For transportation section, we changed some of the calculations in terms of total numbers based on updated data we received. The next topic of substance was recommendation 3.1B, where we added a new recommendation defining the geographic extents of the White Oak Local Area Transportation Improvement Program. On recommendation 3.2, it now says that we require LATR studies for proposed development projects generating 50 or more peak hour vehicle trips. Recommendation 3.4 has been modified to better explain the intent of the recommendation, which is to simplify the non-motor vehicle adequacy test. Under recommendation 310, we've added language talking about the importance of funding projects in disadvantaged areas. Originally, we had shared internally language talking about the equity focus and equity emphasis areas, but legal counsel informed us that it was better for us to change it and to use the community equity index instead. So we have used that language here. For recommendation 311B, this is a newer recommendation that we've edited somewhat. We're trying to show markup of a markup, which is a little tricky. But here you can see that I've tried to highlight just to show this already incorporates the changes that we showed you today in the presentation. We've also added language that explains what the mixed income housing community projects are and why those projects and projects that meet the definition are projects that we want to encourage and allow to take advantage of this exemption. For recommendation 314, we have added a line removing the exemption's current 3-year time limit to file a building permit. On page 31, we've added language that we've added more information on how we developed the NADMS goals and talked about how during the next growth and infrastructure policy update, it would be or either then or before then, if needed, would be a good time to review all of the goals. And I will let Lisa talk about the impact tax recommendations.
Thank you. For the if we look at page 36 and generally this chart, we amended this chart to represent the recommendations of the planning board to update that language. And recommendation 4.1 is the language edits to modify the calculation of the school impact tax rates to represent the true per student cost of school construction to the county using that state aid adjustment. Recommendation 4.3, we changed the small homes discount from 1,500 square feet to 1,800 square feet or smaller. Recommendation 4.4, we included legacy language for projects with an accepted preliminary plan application to be allowed to receive the discount before January 1st, 2025. Recommendation 4.5, we added language to clean up to make sure that it's clear that the full exemption applies to multifamily residential units with 3 or more bedrooms in multifamily structures. And recommendation 4.6, we modified to allow the full exemption from impact taxes for office to residential conversions when adaptive reuse is used, and a 50% discount when demolition is involved with office to residential conversions.
For recommendation 4.8, we've updated it just to form a working group to come up with additional modifications to the code. And then we've also added 4.8B, which we just discussed a minute ago as a group. I'm just gonna go with external stakeholders, right? Live edit. Here we go. As we discussed that just a minute ago.
And then recommendation 4.9, we modified the language for the opportunity zone exemption to allow the projects that proceed in opportunity zones to get the impact tax exemption, even if the federal program will expire in the next couple of years.
Next, we will take a look at the policy itself. So here's the draft policy. As you can see, under the effective dates, we've highlighted as the change that we just discussed earlier today. These changes to the school impact area classifications are the ones that Jesus went over a minute ago based on the boundary changes. Here is just the name change of White Oak downtown. More just name corrections. And so for T 4.1, determination of non-motor vehicle adequacy, we have changed the language here a little bit just to make it clear what we're really trying to say. Our streets no longer have a hierarchy. So before we had written neighborhood connectors or higher, but there is no hierarchy. So instead we wrote out the streets that we had intended and we were referring to. Here is where we changed the 30 to 50. And T 5.1 is where we've deleted the limit to the time to filing a building permit for bioscience. T 5.7, we have revised the language for the mixed income housing communities exemption. And this is just a cleanup and correction of acronyms. And those are the substantial changes for the policy. Next, we'll review the draft bill to make code changes. This is a draft bill that makes updates. It updates the transportation impact tax districts, modifies the applicability of development impact tax exemptions, and generally amends the law governing transportation and school development impact taxes. The changes that we've made since we published the draft are here for the code language for section 52.9 tax rates. This is in the transportation impact tax section. We have removed the deletion of the desired growth in investment areas and instead added the legacy language that grandfathers in certain plans. And we modified the language for the calculation of impact tax rates based on the director's guidance. And that is a conclusion to the changes in the documents. Do we have any questions on any of that?
A quick question on the, then you have the maps in there.
Yes.
So is there any reason why we don't put the color on the map just because they may change? Like, we put the boundary, you have a map for each area and you put the boundary, but you don't say what's, red or green or yellow or whatever. But you have a table that says this area is this color. Is there, just out of curiosity, have you ever considered putting the color on you just put, at the top, not making the color red, but just say red and have the boundary and then this in the boundary? Or it's just easier for changing later if you just had the boundary and then somewhere you have the table saying this area is red, this area is green. Does that
Yeah, I think the maps now are trying to do two things, right? They're trying to show the colors of the transportation colors, but they're also reflecting the infill and turnover designations for schools. Perhaps there's a way we.
It's just each map had a certain area, right?
Yeah.
We could put a legend on the bottom of each map that said, red area infill. And that way, if you were looking.
No, but if it's not helpful, but I'm just out of curiosity.
I think it could be helpful. That way you wouldn't have to reference multiple maps. So we could do that. I think it's actually a good suggestion that we'll do before we transmit it to council.
If you see it's helpful, okay.
So before we move on to the motion, we just wanted to thank everyone who's contributed to this. You've seen me and Lisa and Jesus really on every week for the past several weeks and over the past 9 months as we've worked with all of you to craft these recommendations. But there have been a lot of people who have been working behind the scenes. I know we want to recognize Kayla Prendergast, who's been a graduate assistant and an intern for her significant contributions to this project. We're also thankful to Dave Ansbacher and Eli for their guidance and their collaborations, as well as Jason and Robert. We also thank Lily Mernon, Mark Szymborski from the countywide division.
Sure, and then I'll pick up. We also want to thank the Parks Department, who has been very helpful in this process, Christina Sasaki and Henry Coppola. We also had an intern in countywide planning and policy, Nathan Koifman, who was also instrumental in doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes data work. James Lee and Luke from Research and Strategic Projects, they did a lot of the growth trends that are a really big part of the growth and infrastructure policy. And then, of course, our amazing communications teams, Chris Pfeiffer, George Lettuce, Bridget, who did a little bit of deputy directing and communications chief at the time, Christina Rufo, and then, and Richard and Katie from that helped the transportation working group. And then Arnita Jackson, our wonderful admin, who posted these things when we sent it to her at very late past the deadline.
Well, thank you so much. It's I feel like I'm seeing the movie credits, and then we need to. No, this is wonderful. We always appreciate all your hard work, and we know it takes a village, and, you know, there are a lot of folks besides the people we see from day to day, but especially thank you, Ms. Buckley, Ms. Gavonia, Ms. Beck, and then the rest of the team for all your hard work in getting us through this, and we feel that it is a strong growth and infrastructure policy that we're delivering to the county council. So thank you so much.
Before I say that is not time to say, I say, okay, because we haven't moved, but I should, I can't wait until there to tell you that, but I really believe that, you know, one of the reasons that, I'm just going to be honest, one of the reasons that I came here, it was to make these changes. And I believe that, you know, we heard enough from people that, you know, we are too expensive, this doesn't work. You know, it has been a lot of chatter around about the modification that we have made in here. And I think that you guys have done a terrific job to look at every aspect that we could make a meaningful, that's the key, meaningful modification to make it better to achieve our goals. With the attainable housing, if we want to have more housing to come here, we need to get and encourage more development in here. And to do more development, we should get more competitive and we should be more attractive. With this modification for GIP and also the incentive zoning that you guys are bringing in, and also with the attainable housing, the zoning change and the flexibility that we are making, that makes a big difference. I'm not saying that we are perfect, but I'm saying that we are going toward there. I'm sure that still we're going to hear, and it's going to be, there is always room for improvement. That's what I believe, okay? No matter what an extraordinary job we do, I always believe that there is still more room for improvement. And kudos to all of you, kudos to all of these names that you have in here. And I should say that I'm very grateful and happy. Today is my last session before the summer until I come back, but it has been almost a year, and I think we have done a lot. When I go back and look at what we have achieved, and it's mainly you guys with your ideas and bringing all of these things with your management, with the staff and everybody. I think that you guys have done a terrific job to bring our goals toward getting a more economically competitive in the area to achieve our goal, that is to have more housing. And thank you.
Well said. Other board members?
Just add my thanks as well. That was perfectly captured everything, I think. You know, there's been so many moving pieces, this attainable incentive zoning, other things, ongoing master plans. It's kind of, it's hard to keep all the balls in the air, but you all have done obviously a great job on each individual piece, but I think you've also helped us understand how the relationship between them all and the timing and sort of the sequencing, and I know there's a lot more to come on all that, but yeah, just very, very thankful for all the work you've done on this. And as Commissioner Pedoeem said, we've talked about how these are sort of on the margin changes, but as you showed with the chart, like they add up to something meaningful, and I hope that we'll see that pan out in the next few years. So thank you.
Bartley?
Great work. Thank you.
Mr. Hedrick.
I covered everything. I have nothing left to say. No, thanks a lot. This was really good. This is a lot. I know a lot of work by everybody, and I appreciate the credit roll at the end of the thing. That was, I know it's always there's always more people involved than we get to see. So thank you guys, I think, for this, and I think as everyone has said, I think we're trying to move this and have a meaningful impact, and I think we're moving that way there. So thanks a lot, Joe. Appreciate it.
So if no other questions, comments, thank you again. And this concludes our.
We're gonna move for.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. We don't want to come back. All right. Yeah.
Don't,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to approve and transmit to the county council the planning
It's
board's?
my last day, so I'm gonna, last day, so I'm
recommend-
gonna move to
Okay,
approve.
Okay.
The,
Okay.
I'm gonna
okay.
move to approve.
Okay. Please do.
Second.
Oh, yeah. Do I have a move to approve and transmit to the county council the planning
Yes.
board's recommended 2024 update to the growth and infrastructure policy and the corresponding development impact tax bill as presented by staff?
And I move to approve what Chair Harris said.
I will second.
Third, fourth.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. And this concludes our plan.
We just want to
please.
reserve the ability to make some formatting changes
Yes.
and other minor errors in style before we transmit.
Great. And I'd like to end by inviting people back at 5:30 for the board's housing seminar series. It's going to be really great. We have one tonight. We have one September, one in October. So 5:30 today. Please come in person or come virtually. Thank you so much. Bye.
Can I just say that thank you to all of you guys. Thank you to all the commissioners. I think you guys have been great. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you.